Good morning. Welcome to the September 9th special hearing of the Santa Barbara County Planning Commission. Please join me in the flag salute. And Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning to the Commission. Special hearing of September 19, 2016 will be televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSPTV, Channel 20. At 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orcutt areas. Rebroadcast of the special hearing will be on Friday, September 23rd, 2016 at 10 a.m. and Sunday, September 25th, 2016 at 5 p.m. on CSPTV Channel 20. Today's hearing will also be streamed live on CSPTV's website and will be available for download in a day or two. Now for the roll call, Commissioner Brown. Here. Commissioner Blau. Here. Commissioner Cooney. Here. Commissioner Brooks.
Here.
And Chair Freeney.
Here.
Thank you.
Item 4 is public comment. Public comment period is set aside to allow public testimony. Items not on today's agenda. We have no speaker slips. We'll move on to item 5, the standard agenda, and item 1, Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the Planning and Development Department that the County Planning Commission to consider making recommendations to the Board of Supervisors regarding adoption of the Gavio de Coast Plan.
And Ms. Black or Ms. Harris?
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. We're going to start the hearing with a brief presentation. Should be less than 10 minutes, and then we can move forward discussing the various outstanding issues from last week's hearing for moving forward with the plan. And I'll just get this open. At the last hearing, the Planning Commission considered the issues listed on this slide, and we wanted to go over them briefly about each of them, but we heard consensus was reached on each of these topics, and we'd like to confirm that. Acceptance of staff's approach regarding the provision of meals under the farm stay, the incentive program and definition for the incentive dwelling unit, and wood sources for firewood sales in lumber processing. We also heard in revisions to policy Viz 2 to delete the reference outside the critical viewshed corridor, and a revision to policy Viz 6 to apply the design guidelines rather than consider them. Retention of policy TEI 12 as is, with the language discouraging but not prohibiting enhanced oil and gas recovery techniques. Making Caltrans suggested minor edits to terminology regarding interchanges versus intersections. Addition of a new action to proceed with the categorical exclusion process in the coastal zone. Edits to the trail siting guidelines, a guideline for fencing requiring landowner consultation, so that county parks always consults with the landowner. Revision of the PRT description for the West Camino Cielo Crest Trail pursuant to language presented last week. General edits overall to the PRT section pursuant to Attachment A for last week's hearing. Also, the remainder of the edits in Attachment A as they reflect the Planning Commission's direction at previous hearings, minor changes to cultural resources section, etc. And finally, staff would like to confirm that the Planning Commission intends to maintain the initiated land use and zoning designations regarding mountainous area and agriculture. Staff identified the issues on this slide as still needing resolution and a recommendation from your commission. They include defining the parameters for a small-scale campground, review and consideration of draft language for an informational brochure, review and consideration of draft language to clarify the 3 development standards addressing biological surveys, and determining when to apply the steep slope guidelines. At the last hearing, staff provided additional information regarding recreational vehicle size and options for limiting a campground to ensure a small scale appropriate for permitting with a land use permit. Any larger campground could still be approved with a conditional use permit. Recent comments from GAV-PAC members stated the intent for a small-scale campground was generally for tent camping and perhaps between 5 and 10 campsites. Staff requests your recommendation regarding the number of sites, from 5 to 10 or as many as 15. We request your recommendation for the number of vehicles per campsite and for vehicle length. In addition, staff suggests consideration of 2 additional modifications. First, the ordinance prohibits any new structure that would require grading or building permits. However, since we have recently learned through the hearing process that a restroom and potable water must be provided, staff recommends that the ordinance be revised to allow structures necessary to provide these services. Second, the initiated ordinance amendments prohibit small-scale campgrounds on property zoned within the critical viewshed corridor overlay. It is the only use of the various uses that were allowed to be allowed under the tiered permit structure that is prohibited within this overlay. The intent is that these campgrounds not be seen in the critical Highway 101 viewshed. However, we have learned from one GAV-PAC member that not everybody would be able to take advantage of this opportunity given their property's location within the overlay. However, there are locations, and there may be locations on individual sites that are not visible from Highway 101. So staff is suggesting that you consider additional language that would allow small-scale campgrounds within the critical viewshed corridor overlay if the campground is not visible from Highway 101 due to natural topographic variations. There was interest raised about and comments raised about providing an informational brochure, and staff has proposed the language on this slide should your commission wish to add a new action to the plan. And this language reads, the county shall prepare an informational brochure for property owners to increase awareness regarding Gaviota Coast Plan policies addressing sensitive resources and species, environmentally sensitive habitat, and defensible space and fuel management. The Planning Commission has received several comments expressing concern that 3 development standards, NS 3, 4, and 5, would require biological surveys for the entire property of a development project when the development would not involve the entire property. This is not the intent of the development standard, nor is it standard department practice to survey entire properties. Rather, standard practice is to survey the disturbance footprint of the proposed development. Presented here is the first of the 3 development standards, with proposed language to clarify these standards. So in this case, regarding rare plants, where appropriate and feasible, if potentially suitable habitat exists for sensitive plant species prior to approval of permits, rare plant surveys focused on the area to be disturbed and or affected by the project shall be conducted during the appropriate time of year, etc. If the Planning Commission recommends including this language, staff would add the same language to development standards NS 4 and 5. At the last hearing, staff presented the rationale for recommending that steep slope guidelines apply to slopes of 30% or greater. The Planning Commission has also received public testimony requesting that the guidelines application start at 40%. Staff continues to recommend 30% for the reasons presented at the last hearing. This last slide responds to a request for some additional information. Some concern has been raised that grading permits would be required for agriculture anywhere on slopes greater than 30%. And because grading permits also require land use permits, then the agriculture would have to comply with ESH regulations. And staff would like to clarify the concerns raised by this comment. First, the ESH-GAV overlay proposes to exempt agriculture on land zoned agriculture. This exemption applies when planning permits are not required. Agricultural grading activities on ag-zoned lands that are recognized normal and usual agricultural practices to prepare a field or range improvements are exempt from grading permits. This exemption also applies when there are slopes greater than 30%. So if you're exempt from a grading permit, you're also exempt from land use permits, and then you would not have to comply with the ESH-GAV overlay. On slopes greater than 30%, you would require an erosion control permit, but that does not require land use permit. So in that case, for an erosion control permit, no planning permit is required, no compliance with the ESH-GAV overlay would then be required. However, there may be some situations when a grading permit may be required, but we cannot, those would be based on site-specific circumstances, the particulars of the agricultural grading involved, where the permit would be required. But this particular ordinance cannot generalize and determine that it would be a one-size-fits-all permit required or permit exempted. So there are those limited circumstances where exceptions apply. And that concludes staff's presentation, and we still would recommend that your motion follow the details on pages 13 to 14 of the staff memo for last week's hearing to make the required findings, recommend the Board of Supervisors certify the EIR, and approve and adopt a resolution recommending that the Board of Supervisors approve the Gaviota Coast Plan. So at this point, we can take questions, public comment, but when you want to go over the different topics, we can go back through the slides as we discuss each one.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you, Chair Farini. I'd like to go back to the issues resolved. Could you remind me what exactly was the decision on the PRT West Camino Cielo Trail? I know we had some discussion about that, but what was the final decision on that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, it's my understanding that your board was willing to make the staff's suggested edits to that language. Would you like to see the language again?
Just very briefly, if I could.
Oops.
Is it primarily number 3?
It's
I
both.
remember that discussion more than probably number 2.
Well, it's both 2 and 3. There was
Right.
concern with 2 to not refer to the assessor's parcel numbers in the location of the trail corridor.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, just so Mr. Brooks knows, I'm not supporting number 2 at all. I want the trail alignment moved. As a matter of fact, if it's not moved and deleted in front of the West Camino Trail, I'm not going to vote to approve the Gaviota plan. It was brought to my attention, I don't remember when I was at the Reagan Library after the meeting last time, but one of the concerns is that you could use eminent domain in order to get those trails, and the problem is it may not be the expensive eminent domain that you think about. If you think about trying to buy a 15-foot wide trail or a 10-foot wide trail in those mountainous areas, the value is real minuscule. So it becomes real problematic, and the people that are in charge of that West Camino Cielo are very concerned that that could happen. And it's not going to be, it would not be difficult for the county to obtain a lot of that trails in that backcountry using eminent domain. So having walked the trail, having walked the property, no, I think it's just problematic. It should not be there at all. I think where it should be is the mile up that they talked about, that was proposed.
Commissioner Cooney.
Just as a matter of process, Mr. Chair, of course, you can decide when to discuss this, but this obviously is going to be a matter of contention between the commissioners, and I suggest we come back to those various individual issues that the staff has presented as a cohesive group rather than picking this one out. But if you want to focus on just this one, I'm sure we all have a lot to express.
Ms. Black.
So, Mr. Chair, I would actually suggest the commission just ask questions right now and then go to public comment and then go through your more deliberative process. So the public has an opportunity to comment before you make a final decision.
Commissioner Black.
Yeah, and I wasn't trying to discuss this issue, but you had made the comment that at our last meeting we had agreed as a commission to this language. I just wanted to clear that up, and that's not the case. So it was really in response to the question that she asked and your answer, not the deliberation.
Mr. Chair, just so there is no misunderstanding, I think we're counting to 3. So we did not believe that the commission reached consensus on every single one of these points, but I think the majority of the commission did. So I think that's what we were trying to reflect.
Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, so are we going to discuss the remaining issues, get consensus up here, or should we?
So what we
go
just
into
discussed is if
go
there's
to-
any questions that you may have right now, and then
Okay, no, okay.
then we'll go to public comment.
Public comment
a-
first,
and
that's
then
what,
we'll
that's fine.
delve deeper. All right, with that, let's move on to public comment. How about 3 minutes? We have Alicia Rossler followed by Brian Troutwine.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I just had one thing to point out this morning regarding the incentives ordinance. There was some language that was dropped in regards to the definition of clustering. It wasn't called out in the documents, and it was something we just noticed on Friday. So I'm talking about the detached units and the definition of clustering. All the language is verbatim the same. I realize some of it was probably carried over in the RAU ordinance, but the only thing that was changed, this would be on page 30 in your ordinance package in the coastal land use, D2, if anyone's following. Number 6A, under location of detached incentive dwelling units, ends with the definition of clustering, including all structures accessory thereto shall be located within a single continuous building envelope. What was dropped from that is a size limit that was in the prior one. Like I said, it wasn't really highlighted to the public. We weren't sure if it was intentional or not, but we wanted to bring it to your attention. What was dropped was the language following building envelope that restricted the size to of no more than 3% of the lot acres or 2 acres, whichever is less. And that's language we feel should be retained. It was in the RU ordinance, as we understand, which was specifically appropriate for ag land. So that was the only thing for today. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Troutwine, followed by Ken Pally.
Thank you and good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. It's Brian Troutwine from the EDC. I hope you all had a good weekend. I have a few new issues to address based on the staff presentation today, and the first one is in regard to Development Standard NS3 rare plants. What we're seeing here is an incremental erosion of the biological resources protection. So there's language that is proposed to be added to NS3, Development Standard NS3, that reads, focused on the area to be disturbed and or affected by the project. The intent being that the biological survey should only be done in the area being disturbed or the area being affected by the project. You need to also require surveying of the buffer area as well, because ESH does require a buffer under this plan. And so if you just survey the area that's disturbed, then you might miss rare species that are in the area just outside of that, which need to be buffered. So to be internally consistent, it would be valuable to ensure that the area within, I believe the county typically requires 200 feet of a development site be surveyed. And I think that may be from the Goleta Community Plan. But we would request that that language be modified to ensure that the area around the area being affected also be surveyed. The second point I'd like to address is also with regard to Development Standard NS3. The word focused in the last sentence is proposed to be deleted. That sentence reads, "Focus surveys shall be conducted in accordance with the county's environmental thresholds and guidelines manual." We want to make sure that, since this is a development standard that applies to rare plants, that a qualified botanist does those surveys. You can't have a generalist biologist go out and look for rare plants. They will overlook them. So to be certain that we capture rare plants in these surveys, it's very important that this development standard reference a qualified botanist, so we don't have the wrong type of biologist going out there saying, "I didn't see anything," when he wasn't really qualified, he or she wasn't really qualified, because they weren't qualified botanists. So that's an important clarification that we recommend for that development standard NS3. On development standard NS8, I just noticed, this is also in the staff's packet, this is in regards to the informational brochure that we requested. There's no language in action NS8 that would require the county to actually mail the brochures out to the landowners, as there was in the corresponding action in the Eastern Goleta Plan. Since the intent was to be consistent with the Eastern Goleta Plan, we recommend that action NS8 also include language that would require the county to actually mail the brochure out to the Gaviota Mountainous landowners, instead of just preparing a brochure and, for instance, having it sitting around the county building not getting used. Let's actually have some language to mail it out to be consistent with Eastern Goleta Valley. And then you also have a slide dealing with the steep slope standards, and we want to reiterate that 30% is important. Significant erosion can occur from agricultural operations over 30%. We support the 30% as staff recommends. Recognizing that there's no mountainous area being zoned on private property, there's no ESH protection for ag activities on ag zone properties. At a minimum, we want to see the 30% standard for the steep slope standards, because above 30% you can certainly have significant erosion from agricultural and other operations. So we support the staff's recommendation for 30% there. Thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you. Ken Pauley, followed by Susie Totram.
Good morning, Chairman and Commissioners. My name is Ken Palley. I represent Surfrider Foundation Santa Barbara chapter. Brian Troutman's a hell of a hard act to follow, I must admit. My stuff is much more low-tech. I've been on the executive committee of Surfrider Foundation for about 2 decades in one capacity or another. Our chapter has worked diligently, entirely unpaid, to preserve the rural and agricultural character of the Gaviota Coast. More than unpaid. We've actually struggled to raise funds to pay for legal representation, technical advice, and advocacy. But we at Surfrider would really like to express our deep appreciation to the staff, to the commissioners, to the commission, to the GAV PAC, for working so hard and so long to achieve the very same goal, the preservation of the agricultural and rural character of the Gaviota Coast. Specifically, we ask that as much of Alternative 2 as possible be incorporated into the final draft. But most specifically today, we're requesting and supporting staff's recommendation that Action Rec 8 and Rec 9 be adopted. Thank you very much.
Susie Totram, followed by Paul Van Leer.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Susie Totram. I married into a family, Mark Totram, that have had the ranch for 150 years. Everyone talks about how beautiful and pristine the Gaviota Coast is. Well, families that have been there a long time know that the reason it does not look like Orange County is because of the ranchers. They had opportunities to sell, develop. They've never done it. They live on the land, they work on the land, and they love the land. So let's not pretend that it's only the Coastal Commission or government rules and regulations that have kept it as beautiful as it is.
Sorry.
I hear a lot of people who do not live, work, nor own land on the Gaviota Coast making recommendations, even demands on how we should live. Also, regarding trails, I think it would be appropriate to leave the Reagan Ranch untouched. He was a hero of mine. He said Gaviota may not be heaven, but they share the same zip code. I think there must be a way to keep the trail somewhere above or around and leave that as sacred ground. The ranch behind ours sold recently to a Los Angeles billionaire. It was once agricultural and part of my husband's family's ranch. Now they have 0 livestock, 0 agriculture, and they've just purchased the ranch behind us, and so now they own more acreage, and there is 0 livestock and 0 agriculture. I just want to ask you with my heart that in your zealousness to protect the pristine Gaviota Coast, you don't make the ranchers become extinct. Thank you.
Paul Van Leer, that's the final speaker slip I have.
Morning, Mr. Chair, fellow commissioners. My name is Paul Van Leer. I'm speaking on my own behalf today. Can we talk about the trail setting guidelines? Is that part of the I have some suggested language. Is it possible that I hand it out that you guys can consider it for the fencing for, is that possible?
Sure.
Hopefully you'll agree. Anyway, you'll take a look, and I appreciate it, consider it. And then also, I want to thank Ms. Harris for describing in your best knowledge how you think it would work as far as any permits being required if we'd be affected by the ESH overlay. So let me just add one thing to what she suggested. Now, if you're in a 30% slope or greater, and I have to put in terraces, because that's a common practice, put terraces in the hill, so I'll be cutting more than 3 foot or filling more than 3 foot or pushing more than 50 cubic yards. My question to staff is, if that's the case, do I need to get a land use permit? I believe I do, and if I have to get a land use permit, I am now subject to the ESH overlay, or ESH, so I would ask that the staff consider that. Do I have to get a land use permit if I cut more than 3 foot or fill more than 3 foot in or push more than 50 cubic yards? Because that's a very common thing. You can go into 30% slopes or greater, or even smaller than that. You always have to put terraces in the hill. It's a common practice for controlling erosion. So if that's the case, then we're going to be subjected to that. And I just want to get that clarified if we can. Thank you.
Thank you. No more? Okay, we'll close the public comment period. And does staff have any responses?
Mr. Chair, I'll just respond to one of the questions, and then I'll turn it over to Ms. Harris if she has any additional information. So Ms. Rossler had a question about the incentive ordinance and previous language that talked about a contiguous envelope, and it had a 3% or 2-acre reference. And staff removed that language. It was part of the previous RAU ordinance, and it had that similar reference to the envelope. As you recall, the RAU ordinance only applied to lands under ag preserve contract, and that 3% or 2 acres is a convention that's used for the uniform rules, and so staff didn't believe that that was appropriate reference that would apply to both contracted and non-contracted land. That reference would still be applied if one of these dwelling units was to be proposed on contracted land. But as far as the reference for non-contracted land, staff recommended that be removed.
Chairman Farini and members of the Planning Commission, in answer to Mr. Van Leer's question regarding the grading ordinance application and then thereby the application of the ESH-GAV resource protection policies, he is correct that if your grading does result in a vertical change in relief 3 feet or greater, then the normal exemption for agricultural activities to the grading ordinance would not apply. You would be required in that instance to obtain a grading permit, and then that would kick in the requirement for a land use permit to be also approved by the planning department. And as part of that review, we would look at the ESH protection policies in the GAV plan in order to make a determination whether the project was consistent or not with those policies.
Commissioner Brown.
Mr. Langle, if this area has been previously disturbed and there is no vegetation on it, then Mr. Van Leer would need the permit for other reasons. But it wouldn't, if there is no, it's been previously disturbed, been used for ag before, then he wouldn't, the requirement for the assessment wouldn't be in effect.
Chair Farini and Commissioner Brown, the requirement for a grading permit would still apply.
Correct.
However, if there was no vegetation or ESH there,
right,
then those policies would not kick in.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Commissioner Kinn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to ask a follow-up question of Mr. Langle because I think this is an example of the plan generally that we're trying in many, many cases to balance the needs of agriculture with the general protection of the Gaviota Coast for all citizens. And in this case, I'm envisioning Mr. Van Leer coming in for a grading permit to grade a portion of his parcel that is greater than 30% slopes on it, and on one part of the parcel, close to the creek, there is ESH. And my question is the staff going to look at that remote portion unrelated to the grading to determine whether, for all purposes, the ESH needs to be protected? And I thought I heard you say if the ESH, the sensitive habitat, is not involved in the grading, then there'd be no requirement to get a permit because it wouldn't be removed as part of the grading permit. I see you're researching, so if you want to answer later, that's fine too.
Mr. Chair, why don't we go through the rest of the issues that Julie was going to address, and then we'll finish with.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I think the other points that were raised, I think in Mr. Troutwine's presentation, really related to additional requests. So we'll just defer to the commission in terms of their interest or follow-up. But as far as that, staff doesn't have any additional follow-up to the public comment, and they're available to answer any questions that you may have.
Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, well, I'm looking at the slide for remaining issues, so we'll start with those. I think the first one, at Campground, we were very close to getting consensus on that one last time. I think there might be some new information. We saw at the very end of the hearing, and it was very rushed there, so I appreciated that one slide that we had. I don't need to see it again, but of the different small campers that would be might be used. I'm looking now at the second slide too. Low-intensity tents, I think that's easy enough to do. Number of sites, I think we were leaning toward 10 at that one time, but there might be some change there because there will be 2 vehicles at each site. Again, we're trying to keep this low intensity. The modifications for the restroom, My question on that one is, it would just be a restroom. There would be no showers or anything like that. And then you have to have the source of the potable water. So am I right on my interpretation there of the restrooms?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, our intent would be to make it minimal, just so that you have the provision of the basic services, which by our county ordinances, which follow state ordinance, requires that it be, a regular restroom facility, not a porta potty.
Yes, okay. But then you can have that without
You can have that
showers.
without showers, yes.
Okay, I would like that, just again, to keep this low intensity. So that's where my opinions about some of that.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Well, I think it was interesting and helpful to have a discussion with the GAV PAC members at the end of the last hearing, and we got some letters from them. So I would like to propose that we only consider 5 sites. This is low intensity. This is, I think their vision was something not to have a vehicle intensive site, but to have few there. And if there's 5, then they could accommodate either 1 or 2 vehicles. However, if you've got a vehicle towing a trailer, then only 1 can fit in the site. But I think that the issue was to sort of keep it more in keeping with the natural area, with the farmland. Having 15 campsites or 10, I think goes way out beyond what they were intending. I don't think we should put a vehicle length. I think it depends I think if you have 5 sites and you have enough room for, as I said, as Commissioner Blau discussed last time, where you have a vehicle and a trailer, well, it could be 30 feet. Well, accommodate 2, but if you just have 1 tent camper, an old RV tent camper, then it's just 1 per site. So I would like to see it limited to 5, because I think that really meets the intent of what the GAV PAC discussed in their hearings. I would like to ask a question about the critical viewshed overlay, and I do understand that in Mr. Tottrum's letter how we would be restricting these campsites to just certain properties. Is it possible that the visual resource standards could apply to a campground such that the Viz 2 and the other ones would help with the screening and make it sure it's outside of the viewshed and be subordinate? It's a question for staff. Such that if they were, since the railroad's down there and what we've eliminated, that some of the standards and clarified them. So that's my question to staff. Could the standards be applied to campsites?
Well, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, I think the idea for the small campsite is that it wouldn't have to go through all those policies. But I think what staff's trying to do with the additional language is allow for a little bit of discretion where somebody is in the CVC and yet not going to be visible from the freeway, to be able to allow, it wouldn't be applying the policy, but it would be allowing for kind of a visual assessment.
Okay. My only concern with sort of this broad language is that if our consideration was about the passengers on the railroad, that we would have the same considerations for a little campground where you could have 4 of these, how Julie described them, something over the cab, and you would have, if you had 5 sites, you could have 5 of those, and that's sort of out of character with the area, with what we see here in this great photo. So that's my only consideration, is that they would have to be, as you say, perhaps a more rigorous standard than just sort of a visual assessment, and who makes that decision and how it's made and what are the standards that are used. So
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, well, given the fact that you're going to have to provide a restroom, and given the fact that you're going to have to provide potable water, I'm have some concern about limiting it to 5. I mean, I thought the number 15 was okay, and that's enough of a revenue stream to justify the cost of the restroom and the water supply. And I think what we're trying to do here is give the farmer an opportunity to actually enhance his revenue a little bit. I mean, this is not a big deal, but you know, I'm having great concerns about if we limit it to just 5, how is that going to be? I mean, I can't see him doing it. I mean, you can't do a restroom in there for less than $10,000. You know, it's got to be ADA compliant. You got grab bars, you got all that kind of stuff. So, you know, if it was 10, I guess maybe that's a nice compromise. But 5 for me just doesn't work. How do I justify the cost of restrooms and putting a water supply in? I can't do it. That's
Commissioner
my
Cooney.
thought.
Were you through?
So just as long as we're going to spend most of our meeting on this issue, I'll throw another issue on the table. Is there a restriction in either our county ordinances or state? No, I'm sure there's not in the state, but I'm thinking of the itinerant traveler that finds a great site on the Gaviota coast on one of these beautiful ag parcels, and just decides he's going to spend the winter there, and with the longer stay, the clotheslines and the kinds of things that would impact the Viewshed began to grow. So I don't know that we shouldn't have some kind of stay limitation in order to again stick with the Gaviota plan idea of tent camping and temporary.
Commissioner
Chair.
Blau.
Just to weigh in, and I agree. Yeah, having stated a lot of these things, that a lot of them I can't stay more than 29 days in. I mean, you physically have to you move out for a day and come back in again because it violates the TOT tax dollars. So it's pretty ordinary to have a maximum length of stay, as Commissioner Cooney might suggest. Pretty common, pretty normal. And I would agree. You want to do that.
It's in there.
Mr. Chair, just to add to that, the ordinance as written has a 14-day stay limit.
In that, here again, looking for a way to move this along, is there a way we could say something like this many tent sites and then not to exceed this many RV sites? And then that would maybe help to keep things in balance. Commissioner Brooks.
Again, in an effort to move this along, I believe Commissioner Brown said that she, had spoken to the GAVPAC members that were most involved, and they too agreed that the lower number, maybe I'm not correct on that, but again, I just go back to this low intensity idea and just listening to some of the comments that were made last time. I think the 5 with whatever the 5 looked like, it's going to be, you can count to 5 sites, and then not doing the other vehicle length or trailer length, low key, and then also the issue with putting the campground in the critical view shed. I think one of the letters we saw from a GAVPAC member talked about the critical view shed corridor in a 2 versus a 3-dimensional way, and I think at GAVPAC they discussed this, and if the small low-intensity campground went in, it could be sited so that it wouldn't violate the principles of the critical view shed. That's whether we're going to poll or how do we bring this to
Commissioner
conclusion?
Brown.
Well, just a question for staff. with Commissioner Farini's idea and Commissioner Brooks's idea, I think it should be just everything I've heard from them. Let me just say this. Down the street from me, there's an Elks Lodge, and they have these RVs of all different sizes and shapes come there. 30 of them is a huge number, and it is would be totally out of character for anything on the Gaviota coast. Totally out of character. Having car camping, one of these pop-up campers, tent camping is not. And that's my concern, is that we have these big vehicles, whatever they are, even the one that Ms. Harris described, where it's the RV America or whatever it is. It's this, I don't know how to describe it. I don't know much about them, but I think it's low intensity is the key, and I think the lower the intensity, the less sort of visual intrusion issues that you're going to have. So I'm for 5. If you can fit a car and something they tow into that, that's fine. If it's just a small RV, a pop-up camper, an old RV camper in one, that's fine too. So, you know, Commissioner Blau looks at it from a whole different way in terms of what it would cost the property owner. Well, if the property owner wants to do it, I think those are the standards that were envisioned by the GAV pack, that it be low intensity, car camping, tent camping, because anyway, I'm just going to leave it at that.
Ms. Black.
So Mr. Chair, I mean, this is completely within the discretion of the commission. I think the comments that you received from several of the GAV pack members sort of run the gamut. Mr. Tatram said he recommended 15 because he doesn't think this is going to happen very many weekends in the year. 15, and seemed to support the 25-foot long or under range. Your commission could use that as a number. The chair of the GAV pack said 5 to 10. You know, one way you might want to approach it is 5 of these smaller 25-foot camper RV units, and then the balance being tents, either 5 tents, 5 RVs, 10 tents, 5 RVs, something like that. But it's completely within your discretion. I think you just have to decide what you would like to do.
And I did see that as well in reading through the comments. It's 5 to 10. I never saw one that just said 5. And I was wondering if staff could recollect, they have 5 to 10 up there, so that kind of aligns with what the chair was saying. Is that where you came up with that 5 to 10 number, you think?
Mr. Chair, yeah, that was really just to convey what we heard through the recent letters. There was a range. The ordinance as proposed has the 15 sites, and we heard from the GAVPAC members in that 5 to 10 range as well. So it was just trying to frame the comments that we heard.
Okay. And Mr. Vandler, I'm going to leave public comment.
Okay, I was just, as a GAVAC member, I could help you with one aspect, not even that, but.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I would support Commissioner Farini's recommendation. I think it'd be nice to have maybe some
a little
of each.
Of both. I
a
think.
Little of both, and then it takes out the intensity of having just.
So 5 and 5, or
That's
5
what
and
you were saying.
5 and 5.
Yeah.
Okay.
Commissioner Brooks.
For consensus, I would support that also.
Okay. Okay, I think we can move on from that one.
Okay, Mr. Chair, if I could go back to the issue of ESH and when a grading permit is required. So always a good idea to go back to the ordinance, and the grading ordinance indicates that grading for agricultural practices are generally exempt, as your commission is aware, and then there are some exceptions. And grading not exempt under section 14-8 requires an erosion control permit. So an erosion control permit does not implicate the land use permitting process and does not implicate the application of ESH policies. And then grading, the only grading on agricultural property that would Now I've got to find that section. Is when the grading is within 200 feet of a property line, or I lost it. It's a little bit hard to look at online. Or, yeah, here. If the grading is required for a building which required a county building permit, if the driveway requires a county building permit to a building site, if it's within 200, if there's more than 50 cubic yards being moved within 200 feet of any exterior property line, grading for areas which are used for commercial, wholesale, or resale nursery operations and construction of greenhouses, grading for horse training facilities, horse tracks, etc., and then grading within 50 feet of the top of bank of any stream. Those are the major ones, also for impounding water. So that's when it trips from an erosion control permit into a grading permit. So it's fairly limited, which is why the people at this table aren't very used to it, because we don't issue erosion control permits, and we rarely get involved in land use permits for grading on agricultural operations.
And
So I hope that helps.
Erosion control is through building and safety.
Correct. It does not require a land use permit, so it doesn't trigger the application of environmentally sensitive habitat policies.
Commissioner Blau.
Well, I don't know that that answers the question for Paul, but why is it, if they're not required to get a land use permit, even if there's ESH-GAV there, they remove it to do their crops, what difference does it make if he does his 3-foot cut that we talked about? Why would the ESH-GAV be ignored at that point as well?
Mr. Chair, the only time those environmentally sensitive habitat policies in the inland area become applicable is when you get a permit that requires a land use permit. So
I get that, but what's the logic for having the land use permit trigger him to not be able to grade his property the way he was, to remove the ESH so he could farm it?
I think, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Blau, it's the balance between environmental protection, habitat protection, and agriculture, and it's the balance that we've reached everywhere throughout the county.
But I guess I don't see where that's balanced. If he can't grade the ESH, how is that balancing? How is that promoting his farming operation by not being able to remove the ESH? That's the part I don't get. I don't see where there's balance there.
Most of the property you can. I think that's the balance. The only place it's triggered really is along the property boundaries and along 50 feet of a creek, essentially.
Okay, well, but I guess what I don't understand is he was giving us gives us an example of where he has to do this cut and fill and terrace it, and now that's going to require.
No, it
you're
requires
saying
an
that
erosion control permit.
You said that would not.
It's only within 200 feet of an exterior property boundary and along a creek
bed.
corridor.
Okay.
That essentially the physical locations that require.
Mr. Van Leer,
grading permit.
these are on CDs for me. I'd get a copy of it and put it in my safe.
I'd get a copy of the grading ordinance because it's in there.
Commissioner Brown.
So in the other community planning areas, these are the standards that apply. Same standards. So in the recently completed Eastern Goleta Valley Plan, same standards.
For agriculturally zoned property,
Right.
that's correct.
Right, okay. So all those orchards you see on the hillsides that are all new, they all complied with these standards. I haven't heard anything from any farmers that those were an issue, that there was an issue in putting those in. And there's been considerable, if you've watched over time, to see what has gone on those hillsides. And those are probably 30% slopes, I don't know. Anyway.
So you want to tackle steep slopes?
We're right on schedule there, yes. Commissioner Cooney.
Well, I'll start the discussion, Mr. Chair. I've thought about this. You know, I really think we are splitting hairs as we go up the slopes, and there was, to me at least, a persuasive argument that we should not rezone to mountainous land that is currently agriculturally zoned. But I think the trade-off is where it is steep, as you get up the slopes, there we want to have greater scrutiny over what is done on the ag land. So staff is recommending we expand to 30% or greater slopes and include guidelines, and I'd like to support that view.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you. I agree. I would support the 30% or greater. I feel, you know, a bit of a compromise. It's, staff is supporting it. I feel that, you know, we didn't go along with the rezoning in the mountainous zone, and I think this will protect, you know, some of the resources that are there, but I think 30% is a good compromise.
In this, is staff recommending that we use the steep land orchard development standards as set by Kachuma? We have the picture of it on here.
Mr. Chair, yes, that's correct. They would use the steep slope guidelines, and they were developed by the Resource Conservation District.
And isn't that consistent with GAVPAC, or that's inconsistent?
Correct. The only difference was the 40% was the recommendation from the GAVPAC.
Mr. Chair, just to be clear, application of these standards at 30% or 40% doesn't change the permitting requirements at all. So it's really just what practices will be applied at what level of slope.
Commissioner Brown.
And they're just guidelines, so there's sort of no oversight into ensuring that they're followed, or is there oversight?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, they are guidelines, and they are useful best management practices that can be applied to the activities, and staff's recommendation aligns with when the 30% for the erosion control permit is triggered. You're going to have to come up with some mechanisms to do this. The guidelines are best management practices to help you achieve that.
Right. So the property owner still has to get an erosion control permit for slopes over 30%. So they're following some guidelines that present some standards that are required. And I guess the guidelines not having, well, I've read them, but I don't recall, just expand on what those standards are.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter. I think there's three of them that want to do it 3% or greater. But I actually would prefer to see GAVPAC's recommendation of 40%. I really don't like additional restrictions on a farmer's right to develop their land when I don't think it's necessary, hasn't proved to be a problem in the past. I just can't see continuing to tell them how they're going to farm their property. They've been doing it for hundreds of years without our help. I think they could continue, but it's not a big deal.
One more question. So what we're saying is if you go over 30%, I have to go get a land use permit from you. I have to follow these guidelines. Okay, now I go up a 40% slope, and then up here I have a 30% slope. So I have a 30 down here, a 40 in between, and a 30 up above, or under 30. I don't have to talk to you then, as long as I don't develop that 40. I'm trying to understand what everybody's worried about.
Mr. Chair, right.
Okay.
We understand. There's no land use permit required associated with using the steep slope guidelines. And the guidelines provide a broad menu of options for putting in orchards on slopes. Greater slopes, lesser slopes. It doesn't specifically define when you should start using them. That's why we're recommending when people should start looking at them. We're recommending 30% because of the erosion control permit. But that, again, does not require a land use permit. Erosion control permits are just issued through the building division. So anywhere from 30% or greater, no matter what the slopes are, they should be looking at the steep slope guidelines to choose the best management practices for their particular site.
Got it. Thank you. Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, I'm just going through in the plan, the appendix would show the steep slopes guidelines. When this is incorporated, if it is, it looks like it will be, the guidelines, will these continue to be under this title of consumer resource, or will this become, the Gaviota Coast Plan guidelines?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, so as proposed, they're proposed to be incorporated and adopted as part of the Gaviota Coast Plan as an appendix. I don't anticipate, any, future revisions, but, they are guidelines. They're one tool, but they would be part of the Gaviota Coast Plan.
What's next?
Did we
Commissioner
come
Brooks.
to consensus regarding the Viewshed and the campground?
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brooks, we recommended language that if it wasn't topographically, if it wasn't visible due to topography, then it would be allowed within the critical viewshed corridor. And your commission didn't discuss that a whole lot, so I'm assuming you're okay with that? Okay.
Yes.
Great.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yeah, going on with the informational brochure, I do support that. Action NS8. There was a related suggestion today. I guess it was for the policy. Where was that? It was, Mr. Troutwine had talked about, the mailing of the brochure. I would support that also.
So staff can revise the language to prepare an informational brochure for and mail to property owners. Something like that, if.
Commissioner Kenny.
I don't think mail is the key here. Circulating the informational brochure is the key, and if it turns out that it's posted on the county website and every parcel within the Gaviota Coast Plan is referred to that reference, I don't think we have to go to the expense of actually mailing.
How about if we use the word distribute? We'll just distribute, and we'll do that in an effective way.
Okay. I'd like to use the word mail only because I think we've had projects come before us or appeals that come before us where somebody says, well, I never got that notice. We're not talking about a great number of property owners, so I think something more formal that would stand up in, some courts. I don't know if some people don't go on line that
So,
frequently.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brooks, our intention is to give it to every property owner. We have lots of property owners' email addresses. We would probably email it to some, but we'll mail it to others. Is that acceptable to the commission?
Well,
And
I
that's
don't
why I
think
would use the word distribute.
it's not a legal document.
No,
we're
it's
not,
not.
We're not talking about serving a summons here. We want to effectively get the information out there. To require staff to mail it, I think, is not necessarily the best way to do it. A lot of people don't pick up their mail in their mailbox anymore, and I don't blame them based on the mail that comes to mine. So I don't think you're adding anything, Commissioner Brooks. I think we leave it to staff to effectively distribute the policy.
I would support that.
Agree.
So I think our next slide has to do with the language of the 3 development standards regarding surveys. And we have, I think there's rare plants, and there's NS4 has to do with surveys for sensitive animal species, and then NS5 is surveying for jurisdictional wetlands. So this is language that staff has proposed here to address concerns that people had raised that we would be requiring surveys of the entire property rather than surveys of proposed development disturbance.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, staff, it's been recommended by a public speaker today that we add the buffer areas. Was this an omission, or is this something that could easily be added on?
So if your commission wishes, we can add buffer areas as well.
I would support that.
Commissioner Cooney.
My only question is whether the words recommended or affected by the project are not giving the staff the ability to look at areas that are directly impacted as well as those that might be impacted by the development. And that's where I think we're trying to get. So I guess I'm okay with affected by the project as a broader discretion on the part of staff, remembering this is when someone comes in for a permit to do a project. And you know, I hate to get into arguments over whether that's in a buffer area or not. I think it should just be as broad as staff normally is in protecting rare plants and animal species.
Commissioner Blau.
Well, this is one of those times when I really don't mind agreeing with Commissioner Cooney, but I have to agree. I think staff should look at each project individually. 200 feet might be the right distance. Maybe it's 50. Maybe it's 300. I'm confident leaving it to staff to say, make a determination what area should be surveyed.
And I think Commissioner Brown, you agree with that. So leave it the way it is. Commissioner Brooks.
Yeah, there was one other suggestion for, well, that was, yes, also the requirement of having a qualified botanist added to that. Would that be acceptable to staff and commissioners?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, our standard practice is to use the qualified biologist that has the proper credentials depending on what is being surveyed. So for somebody who is surveying a jurisdictional wetland, it is a biologist that knows how to follow the standard Army Corps procedures for identifying and surveying a wetland. For rare plants, it would be a biologist, that could be a biologist or a botanist, but who has the ability to identify plant species and determine whether there are rare plants present. As with animal species, it depends, and staff looks to a qualified biologist based on whether they have the qualifications depending on what it is they're looking for. Right. So that is standard practice, so we don't need to add specific language to each development standard.
Okay, so I think we'll leave that.
So staff has finished going through the slides that we had prepared and the issues that we had prepared to resolve at this hearing, and I think at this point it's we turn it back to the commission for any further deliberations, or if you have any questions regarding any other comments that you have heard or clarifications you would like to address in the plan policies or in the ordinances.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, we all received a letter from CRATAC with some very minor clarification language changes, and I think, Ms. Harris, I think you have something prepared in case, because I would like to have those briefly discussed and make sure that we're not missing anything.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, what I have prepared on this slide is the language of 2 policies and a trail alignment narrative. These were the policies and the text of the plan that the CRATAC letter dated September 13th that was submitted to your commission. These show the changes that were proposed by CRATAC. And I also wanted to point out down for the lower, the third item, the trail alignment narrative, we had included a couple of minor edits in attachment A for your last hearing, and those are shown with the double underline. And what's highlighted in yellow for the third one is some additional language that was proposed in CRATAC's September 13 letter. So this is the language that they're recommending that your commission add to the plan.
Okay, so that would be accepted then today, and it's in the plan right now. No, needs to be discussed.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, no, this language is not currently proposed. This is new language. Policy Rec 21 and Policy LU 9, the underlined language is proposed new language in the CRATAC September 13 letter. Mm-hmm. For the trail alignment narrative section, the underlined language highlighted in yellow is the proposed new language in the September 13th CRATAC letter.
Commissioner Blau.
Well, yeah, I was going to just say that the PRT fencing was an issue, and the PRT location for Del Cielo. So, I'm suggesting, are we doing that now, or
let's stay on this?
Oh, I'm sorry.
I
don't care about this. Yeah,
we'll go on through.
So just to be very clear, it's the single underlined language, both non-highlighted and highlighted, that CRATAC has recommended. That is not incorporated in the plan right now. So if your commission wants to incorporate it, you need to give us that direction.
Okay, I would support adding their language. I think they've looked at this very carefully, and they've asked it several times, and as explained to me, you know, it's more for clarification. It's not really changing anything, and I would support that.
Commissioner Brown.
Just a question for staff. If I recall correctly, you didn't recommend the language in policy Rec 21 concerning the additional information.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brown, so, yeah, in Rec 21, that was not included, obviously, in the original GAV pack or staff recommendation. It was more of a general statement, and so we just deferred to Planning Commission's interest of whether or not they wanted to incorporate the recommended change.
Okay.
So do we have support for this?
I would support the language, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Brown? Yes.
Do you want to address Commissioner Blau's issue about trails next?
Yeah, so we're done with that, and then we want to move on to the Reagan Ranch.
Yeah, so for me, I need that alignment taken out of the Gaviota plan, and you can put it someplace else, or just take it out completely. But no way do I support any trail that's anywhere close to that Reagan Ranch.
And I've got to say, after touring the property and seeing the other facilities as well, that there seems to be a lot going on there that we shouldn't be encouraging public traffic on. So I don't really understand why it remains in there. Commissioner Brown.
I just wonder if staff could provide any proposed language for the changes. Do you have something?
Well, the language on the screen is what we proposed last time.
Okay.
With the retention of the trail in the alignment shown in the plan, which is different than the alignment on the PRT maps now, which went right through the ranch.
Okay.
Commissioner Blau.
So I would like to just, maybe what we need to do in here is to say that we're going to delete that trail alignment, and it'll be provided some other alignment that doesn't affect the ranch.
Commissioner Cooney.
As a future work program, they could just move it someplace else.
So my understanding of what Commissioner Blau is requesting is basically a buffer, a protective buffer around the ranch boundaries, so that no trail would ever be countenanced in that area without the ranch's permission. Is that accurate, Commissioner Blau?
That's accurate, yes.
Well, I also have visited the ranch on 2 occasions, and I confess that just providing a trail that might be adjacent to the ranch boundaries does not concern me. I think the chances of vandalism exist regardless, and they're being dealt with by the caretakers of the ranch. So I was prepared to support the staff's recommendation as shown here, rather than recommending to the board that they make a clear statement that no trail will go there. After all, the ranch saddles the ridge of the entire East Camino or West Camino Cielo range, and so that would be blocking out a significant amount of land, even if you just put it on adjacent land. So I can't agree with Commissioner Blau. I do think we need to protect the integrity of the ranch, but I don't think it's any more feasible to require trails to go away than it is to take Refugio Road off the map.
Commissioner Blau.
Well, yeah, just to remind you, if you were to go there today in your car, you can't quite get there because it's gated. But where they're proposing to put the trail is right adjacent to the front door. I mean, if you were to if you take a picture of that thing, you'll see where there are some posts that Reagan himself put in the front of the yard, and it's just to the side of those posts. Really?
That it is not. It follows the road that fronts the property, not the front door of the ranch.
That front door, that road there is about from here to that wall. Am I correct?
We must have been on a different site.
I don't recall that.
You don't remember?
When we drove through the gate and the front door of the house?
At any rate, for me, it's too close.
Okay.
Sorry. And it is for the caretakers as well. They are concerned as they could possibly be that the trail's going to go there, and they're very unhappy about it.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yes, thank you. I also support what we've already looked at, and I believe we had some public comment at the last hearing regarding this issue, and I think that the trails advocates, have worked very hard, and I think there are maintenance issues, there's security. I think these will all be handled as these trails are developed. I think they're going to do a very good job, and they're going to be very sensitive to property owners' wishes. So I support this. Number 2.
So I think we have 3 that support it.
Last issue for me was the PRT trail fencing, and I'm in agreement with Mr. Van Leer for the language that he provided with us. I think that's reasonable. I think it happens anyway, for the most part, but I can see where it makes sense to me.
Commissioner
agree.
Brooks.
I support it.
Commissioner Cooney.
Well, I think we have to draw the line at a situation where a landowner has a veto over any fence appearance. I think it's possible for a landowner to, not like Mr. Van Leer, who was seeking a cyclone fence, as I recall, on a project he was involved in. But, what about a privacy fence that a landowner would want to put along the side of a trail, creating a tunnel-like atmosphere? I do trust it would be a rare case where agreement couldn't be reached, but if it's Mr. Van Leer and we want to put in his name that we have to agree with him, fine. But to put it in generally for every single situation, I'd be leery of that.
So, Mr. Chair, I guess I would be concerned on behalf of the Parks Division of Community Services as well, based upon Commissioner Cooney's rationale, and I would want Claude to provide you some testimony. I don't know if he's here today or not. He's not available. So I think if you want to recommend this language, that's fine, but we may have a different recommendation to the board based upon input from Parks. I just want you to know that might occur. So you want to include this language in your recommendation to the board?
I don't think it'll hurt to include it. It just puts the balance of power more on neutral ground. And I think that the county will be able to work this out. And I don't think it says here that they can withhold. It says they've got to come to a mutual agreement. So, Commissioner Brown?
Well, if you take out the shall and just put should come to a mutual agreement, that might provide some flexibility rather than having the landowner.
Commissioner Blau?
Oh, I guess I would, what I don't see in here is a procedure that resolves the issue should the landowner and the Parks Department not agree. Is this appealable to the Planning Commission, appealable to the board? Maybe if you had some language in there like that, it would solve the problem.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Blau, I think Claude talked about the process of obtaining trail easements, and we actually have to bring an easement document to the board that has all of these issues in it. So that's, I think, when the issue would be resolved if we couldn't come to some kind of an agreement. Because we don't just build a trail and put in fencing. We have to have an easement and an agreement.
Oh, well,
So
I'm
I
just
think
saying,
it would
I
be
think
before
if
the
you
board.
had this, if you had Paul's language in here and made some reference to the fact that if they didn't come to an agreement, it would be subject to appeal to the board, it would work.
It's, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Blau, I don't think it's appeal to the board. I think it's an issue that would come up in the negotiation and would be an issue, I guess, we would highlight in the easement agreement if we couldn't resolve it. But it's not really an appeal. It goes to the board. These trail easements go to the board. We can't acquire an easement or on real property without going to the board.
And during that process, that's when the fence issue is taken up typically.
Yep, location, fencing, all sorts of things.
So we have shall versus should on the table. So I think we have three.
The reality, as I said last time, if they don't put the right fencing in there, don't give the county the easement. That's the issue. That's the landowner's
That's right.
deal. My concern is when you have eminent domain, and quite frankly, if the board wants to do what they want to do, they'll do it anyway. So I don't know if you can make any difference.
So we're
We need
changing
three
that.
again?
We're changing that word as Commissioner Brown suggested.
Any other final issues that the commission wanted to
Commissioner Cooney.
raise, address?
I thought I heard you say at the beginning we were going to ensure that there was agreement on a long list that was on the front page. Just to confirm where we are on those
So we,
issues.
So I think that was it, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Cooney. I think that Julie started with a summary of the issues that we believe the commission reached majority agreement on last time. Do you want us to walk through those issues, or are you okay? I think it was pretty clear at the last.
Yes.
Probably, yeah, I'm fine if,
Okay.
if all the commissioners feel like they're settled on those issues.
Okay, so I think we're ready for a motion. Would you like us to help you a little bit? Because there's a lot on the table. No.
Well, before I make that motion, I just want to make some general comments. I want to thank staff for years of work. I think I can remember when Supervisor Farr went out and when the funding came through for the Gaviota Coast Plan, she went out and created and invited people to join the GAV PAC. I think staff, you've been following this extremely closely, and I think we're coming up with something that You know, I'm comfortable with sending it on, you know, to the Board of Supervisors. We look back at the goal. I think in the GAV pack, they talked about preserving the rural character of the land. A broader goal, I think, was the idea of balancing the needs of agriculture, the public access goals, also our protection of the natural resources. I think that when I look through the plan, you know, when we go through these meetings and we get the staff reports, sometimes we forget to come back, you know, to the actual plan itself. And I think it's going to be a very helpful document as we head into the future. We try to have these community plans for 20, 30 years updated as needed. I think the mapping that has been done, you know, is going to be very helpful to all the landowners. You know, we have the buffers and the riparian riparian areas mapped, ready to go, cultural resources, historical resources. I think there's good protections. Again, it's not perfect. The idea of looking at the ESH-GAV mapping on a case-by-case issue, we have good, strong, you know, definitions, and I think the listening for the ESH-GAV is good. I'm hoping, you know, that the policy that's going forward, it's a recommendation, you know, will work, being case-by-case, since we're not going to be doing the more intensive mapping now. I think the possibilities for agriculture to keep ag economically viable, as we heard a very passionate statement this morning. I think there have been there are adequate exemptions. There's been some concessions for the landowners. I think that's well contained, you know, in the document. I think the idea of studying more of the incentives in a future work plan that will open up perhaps even more possibilities for the farmers on the Gaviota Coast. The trail issue, I think it's quite robust in the plan. I am very pleased that GAVPAC, the owners, and the trails people were able to work through some good policies here in the plan. The protection of the view sheds, it's much, much stronger than what we had. I know several years I started watching this white picket fence or this white fence creep up the hillsides along the Gaviota, and I was just saying, I was not on the Planning Commission at the time, didn't know what the progress was, but it's like, hurry up, get this thing done. You know, we don't need, you know, fences and other deleterious additions, and I think keeping the view sheds you know, more pristine, and that's what not only the owners would like, but also the public. Steep slope standards, again, that's a kind of a compromise, but I think we have been told repeatedly, and we know it. Again, our speaker said it, you know, very passionately this morning. You know, these are good stewards of the land. If there's weaknesses in the plan from any perspective, the owners of the land, you know, they'll look at this very carefully. So I'll be pleased to make the motion. I don't know what we have on today's packet. I don't know if that's detailed enough, because I know there's how many components? 2, 4, 6, 7 components to the motion. If that needs to be restated today. Otherwise, I would make the required findings, recommend that the Board of Supervisors certify the final EIR, and that we recommend that the board approve the Gaviota Coast Plan as will be submitted to them in a few months. So staff will take it from there.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Brooks, I think we just want to make sure that you incorporate all of the issues that you resolved last meeting on the 14th, as well as the handful of issues that we resolved today with respect to campgrounds, steep slopes, the informational brochure, the development standards for NS3, additional CRATEC language, and Paul Van Leer's language on the PRT trail fencing. If you could just
So I will,
confirm,
yes,
incorporate that, I
to
think we're
include,
good.
yeah, to include all the language that we discussed and finalized today.
And on the 14th.
Okay.
On those
And
issues
also,
resolved.
that's right, last week, on September 14th. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Cooney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to second Commissioner Brooks' motion and just say that while the Gaviota Coast Plan area falls within the 3rd District, I don't think there is any area of our county that is more treasured by more of our citizens than the Gaviota Coast. And I am very pleased to be a part of a commission that spent as much time and effort and had the benefit of as much input as we have throughout this process to come to our best effort at a recommendation to the Board of Supervisors. I think we can look at this process as iterative and improved at each and every hearing. It is one that, while not perfect, as Commissioner Brooks indicated, goes a long way to achieving the planned goals.
Okay, ready for a vote then?
Commissioner Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Blau.
No.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks.
Aye.
Chair Freeney.
No.
Motion passes 3-2.
Okay, we'll take a 10-minute break and then come back for item 2. Okay, we'll come back to order and move on to item 2. Mr. Villalobos.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of the Planning and Development Department that the County Planning Commission recommend that the Board of Supervisors adopt an ordinance case number 14 ORD 6 and recommend that the Board of Supervisors certify the winery ordinance update draft final environmental impact report, case number 15 EIR 2, pursuant to the state guidelines for implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Farini and Commissioners. Today's hearing on the winery ordinance is the 4th hearing before your commission and was continued from the August 3rd meeting. At that meeting, possible changes to the ordinance were presented, and staff was directed to come back to clarify some of the ordinance language. To start out with, several commissioners requested that staff return with potential ordinance language which could allow a small-scale, low-intensity tasting room at a Tier A winery. As shown on page 2 of your staff memo, we propose to allow this through a conditional use permit. Staff is recommending the following standards for the use. The minimum winery premise area be at least 10 acres in size. The visitors are limited to 20 people at any one time. The maximum floor area for the tasting room is capped at 200 square feet. That the tasting must be by appointment only. And another development standard that staff is recommending is that the CUP for a Tier A winery with a tasting room be permitted only in the rural areas in Ag 2 zoning. Staff does not recommend this ordinance allow for the use in an inner rural area. Allowing the use in this area would result in significant cumulative traffic quality of life impacts. Staff believes it would also require a reanalysis and recirculation of the EIR. And the action would require that the Commission reject mitigation measure TRA-1, which increases the minimum winery premises area for the inner rural area for Tier B wineries from 20 acres to 40 acres. If it is the desire of the Commission to allow a Tier A tasting room in the inner rural area, this option could be addressed through a future work program item. Next, the Commission requested more information on the planted vineyard acreage requirements. The question was raised as to why there was a 20% requirement for the grapes to be grown on a lot with the winery. This standard was put in place to avoid a situation where the winery became a standalone industrial use by the possibility of being separated from the growing operation, either by sale or lot division. At the last meeting, staff proposed language that speaks to the standards and permitting for when a winery lot separates from the vineyard parcels. Staff has reviewed the 20% standard and determined that it can be removed from all tiers because the intent of the language is covered by the other previous proposed language. This language can be found on page 3, section B5 of the ordinance. At the last meeting, several commissioners requested staff review the potential of a Tier D winery. This option could provide decision makers additional flexibility to set winery-related uses and user limits on a case-by-case basis. Staff is not recommending the Commission pursue this option for the following reasons. As currently proposed, Tier C already allows the Commission the flexibility to increase the number of special events, the number of attendees, and the winery structure size. Adding a Tier D would really only change one aspect of the options available to a Tier C winery, and that is to increase the number of visitors. Allowing an increase of over 80 visitors was not studied in the EIR. Staff believes that this would also require a reanalysis of impacts and a recirculation of the final EIR. There were also questions on the planted acreage requirements. This slide shows the proposed ordinance on top and the existing ordinance below it. Both include minimum planted acreage requirements. The proposed ordinance increases the minimum planted acreage for all winery tiers to support the core principle that the primary use of a winery premises is for the growing and processing of grapes. Staff reviewed what other counties have done in regards to winery regulations to see if they had planted acreage requirements. San Diego County requires 25% of production be grown on site for the winery. The counties of Napa, Sonoma, San Luis Obispo, San Joaquin, and Monterey do not currently have planted acreage requirements. That concludes our presentations on the clarifications and questions from the last hearing. Staff requests that the Commission recommend the Board of Supervisors approve the updates to the winery ordinance and certify the final EIR as shown on page 1 of your staff report. With that, we are happy to answer any questions you may have, and as with previous meetings, we have our consultant team and public works staff here with us as well. Thank you very much.
So, Mr. Chair, if the commission doesn't have any questions, I don't know if you do, then I'd recommend we go to public comment.
Okay. Well, let's go to public comment. And we'll do 3 minutes. John Bakey, followed by Lee Rosenberg.
Thank you, Board. My name is Dr. John Bakey. I live in Solvang, California, and I'd like to spend a few minutes commenting on the proposed proposal that you are reviewing today. I come today because following your last hearing, an article that appeared in the local press I found rather disingenuous, and it presented a spin which I wanted to counter. The basic tone of the article was that this proposal needs to be adopted because it would greatly stimulate tourism and the economy to the San Ynez Valley. And so I looked into that, and I was rather amazed. Let there be no misrepresentation about any type of financial doldrums that the city of Solvang is in. That little tiny town of barely more than 5,000 people each year enjoys 1.5 million visitors and generates almost 1/3 of $1 billion worth of revenue. And so it isn't that this is a proposal which is vital to the economic vitality of Solvang. More specifically, I lived in the area in the 1980s, and then I moved to the Midwest. I just returned in 2013. When our family was looking for a new residence, we found a small 20-acre ranch, which we ultimately bought. But I can remember the very first time we drove to the property, we drove on Ballard Canyon Road, and I would sincerely hope that sometime the members of the board have actually driven Ballard Canyon Road from Solvang to Los Olivos. It's a beautiful road. In fact, my daughter calls it the Snow White Trail because it looks like you're going through the Enchanted Forest. And there are 3 or 4 little tiny twisty bits where it's actually 5 miles per hour. Last year there was actually a teenage girl that was killed on that road. And my fear is the following. We like to act like this Tier A proposal is nothing significant. It's only going to be 20 people visiting a small 200 square foot wine tasting room. But please recall, that 200 square foot wine tasting room is going to involve a large staff of people. It's going to involve tour buses. It's going to involve construction crews. And so this is not a small addition to the traffic flow on Ballard Canyon. Sooner or later there are going to be more accidents, more deaths, and what's going to ultimately occur is a complete redesign of quaint little Ballard Canyon Road, Chalk Hill Road. And these roads, like so many others, are going to once again be widened, large shoulders, straightened out, and the charm of the San Ynez Valley is going to continue to be modernized and be lost. One of the disappointments I had when I moved to the San Ynez Valley is it didn't really look like I recalled it from the 1980s. I mean, I'm still in love with the area, glad I moved, but I view this as one more small chip taking away from the charm and the beauty of the San Ynez Valley. I truly don't believe that the proposal for these new wine tasting rooms is vital for the health nor the charm of the city. And I would humbly ask that the request before the board be rejected. Thank you very much.
Lee Rosenberg, followed by Mary Beth Kerr.
Thank you, Commissioners. So with the support and bias of one supervisor, 4 years, a flawed encyclopedic EIR, which I don't believe was totally necessary, 4 iterations of this ordinance, which have come before you, and the current proposal containing a number of flaws that I'm sure you'll hear about, and the ordinance created by the billowing policy power of the P&D has led us to this point where we now have spent in excess of $1.2 million, if I'm correct, trying to get this right. That doesn't seem to me to make any sense. Something's wrong with this process. If it's bias, then let's identify it. That said, I have one specific point, two specific points. One is for the point that was made to require the PC reject mitigation TRA-1 in a rural 40 minimum premise. I believe the mitigation is appropriate, and I would sincerely hope that you would not reject that. My principal concern here, and Commissioner Cooney, I believe, noted this at one point, is that there are special event standards that are specified in this ordinance. And if you examine them side by side with the existing special events ordinance, you see inconsistencies, substantial inconsistencies. Inconsistencies that lead me to believe that this could be very easily a backdoor to reopening the existing special events ordinance. So, to observe the yellow light, in other words, a regular guy who owns roughly a 1 acre property in the ag zone could hold 5 charitable events per year with about 300 people without obtaining a permit. And that's under the proposed ordinance, and could hold 5 charitable events a year, while his winery neighbor with a 30-acre property cannot hold any events. That doesn't make any sense to me. I don't know if it makes sense to anybody else here. So what I would respectfully request is that you remove the special events criteria from this proposed winery ordinance. Look to the existing special events ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Beth Kerr, followed by John Hilliard.
Good morning, Commissioners. I just want to take this opportunity to reiterate some of the things that you've read. Can't hear me? Okay, that's better. I've shared some things in writing and public comments. I spoke at previous hearings about my concerns, for our valley. I think that the staff's proposal for the Tier A tasting room makes sense and is probably doable. I think it's critical that it would only be allowed, as it states, on Ag 2 property in the rural zones. I think that if this were expanded to include interrural, that we would be looking at terrible traffic impacts, especially looking at the cumulative traffic impacts that I think probably in our traffic report weren't fully addressed, because it keeps growing year by year, time by time. The casino impacts were not considered, et cetera. Our roads, the congestion's just getting worse and worse. On my Facebook page, a person shared yesterday that they had an incident where their husband was crossing 154 at Roblar, and a person passed him. He was at the stoplight waiting for a good stop sign, waiting for a good clear so he could go across the road to go take care of his business, when someone came up on the right of him and shot across the highway, turned left, and went into the next vineyard. And he went and spoke with that person because he was so aghast at what they'd done and the risks that they had taken when there was cross traffic to make that kind of a thing. These are the kinds of things that you saw in writings from residents about the kinds of traffic things that we see going on. We have bad driving, we have speeding drivers. These are rural roads. They treat them like they're highways. I think it's real important, and the impacts, like have been stated by the staff, of adding on interrural could be a real problem, would end up costing money to do another environmental impact report. I think also that I've heard floating around that someone may propose that another type of tier A limited wine tasting might be thrown in the mix, and that it might, risk putting it into interrural, might risk that there wouldn't even be a conditional use permit, and I find that kind of disturbing, and I just wanted to speak to it in case it does float up as a possibility today. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. John Hilliard, followed by Kathy Janaga Dykes.
Hi, I'm John Hilliard, and I've got a 101-acre property between Buellton and Lompoc, and we have 23 acres of vineyards, and we grow Pinot and Chardonnay. There's really, what we do there is we do by appointment tastings, and I want to explain to you what those tastings involve. The amount of traffic that we get is maybe 10% of the cars that actually come to our farm every day. Most of the traffic coming to our farm are vineyard workers, people coming to service the horses, people to do repairs on the property. We get maybe, on an average day, we have one car or two cars arrive, a husband and a wife. They come over like we've invited a friend over. They want to meet us, and they want to see our home, our winery premises. We really don't have a 200 square foot tasting room because we don't really have rooms. We just have a big winery. So you walk in where we're processing grapes and making wine, and it's a big room. And we get some chairs and we sit and talk. And we try and tell people about, look at our wines, look at our property. Let me tell you about the Santa Barbara for growing grapes. It's just like as if you had friends to come over and look at your new home. It's very kind of quiet and very subtle. It doesn't involve much. And if we're lucky, we would have maybe 3 or 4 or 5 cars a day. That would be amazing. Usually on any one day, there's nobody visiting. But these little visits are essential for us to survive, because if we cannot tell people about who we are and why you might like to buy our wine, there's no other venue for us. we can sell grapes to big wineries up in, Napa and Sonoma and Lodi. They would love to buy our grapes and put them in bottles, and they'll sell the bottles for $50 or $60 a bottle. But for us, our alternative is to sell the grapes. And so I'd really like y'all to be kind and gentle when you think about us little people who just want to have some people over who want to meet us and learn about what we're doing and see if they like us or not. And then keep an eye on how that we really just have a big winery with a big room, so there's really not 200 square feet. Thank you.
Thank you. Kathy Janiga Dykes, followed by Anna Citron.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. My name is Kathy Janiga Dykes. I'm President and CEO of Visit Santa Barbara, and I'm here to talk briefly about the importance of wineries to the tourism industry. The number one goal for Visit Santa Barbara as the tourism marketing agency is really about increasing business revenues. We're committed to promoting and elevating Santa Barbara County's position as a world-class destination, and we work together to ensure that the tourism industry enhances the quality of life for all of those that visit and live here. Visit Santa Barbara has three primary objectives in our marketing plan this year, and one is to convert day visitors to overnight visitors, extend visitors' stay, and then also generate business during the off-season. And the wineries play a huge role in how we accomplish these goals. Obviously, the attraction of a day-long wine tour really keeps our visitors stay longer, induces them to extend their stays in our hotels and our lodging one more day, and really provides an alternative activity during the winter season when people may not be going to the beaches frequently. As we know, in the last decade, an increasing number of travelers to the Santa Barbara area have sought out the wine and culinary experiences, and this was certainly boosted by the release of the movie Sideways 11 years ago, which has had a long-lasting effect. In fact, our office continues to get inquiries about the Sideways tours, and then also requests for the Sideways maps as well, too. Our latest research in 2013 showed that 13% of all of the visitors had a wine tasting experience during their stay. We're updating that study as we speak, and we're asking more questions of those visitors. In fact, what areas did they specifically go wine tasting? Was it Santa Ynez or Lompoc or Santa Maria or Santa Barbara proper? How much did they spend on wine? And then what else did they do in terms of their tastings too? And also this year, we're really targeting a younger demographic. We really need to look to the future about new audiences that are coming to Santa Barbara area and are focusing on the 25 to 44-year-old demographic, those that really have the propensity to travel and have the household income to go ahead and consume wine as well, too. On a final note, I just want to emphasize that Santa Barbara competes for wine travelers amongst other areas, Sonoma, Napa, Monterey. In this group, Santa Barbara really stands out for its small, family-owned and boutique wineries, which really offer a unique and diverse experience. And ironically, these are the same wineries that will be impacted by some of the regulations discussed today. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Citron, followed by Lee Lehman.
Good morning, Chair Farini and Commissioners. I'm Anna Citron with the Law Office of Mark Shatillo, and I'm here representing Ballard Canyon Preservation. The proposal before you today to allow tasting in Tier A wineries, I think, is interesting in a couple of respects. First of all, you're recommending it only in the rural area, but I would remind you that the rural area is also the area that would have significant and unavoidable impacts to quality of life, specifically impact traffic too. The other thing that's interesting about the proposal is that it identifies appointment-only wine tasting and reduced visitation numbers as ways to curtail the impacts of this additional use. So going back to impact traffic 2, CEQA imposes an obligation on you. that you do not approve projects with significant impacts if there are feasible ways to reduce those impacts. That's one of the key defining features of CEQA and why it's different from NEPA, the nationwide alternative. Here, we have identified a number of mitigation measures that are feasible. Again, appointment-only wine tasting. That provides a mechanism to limit winery visitation and has been used in Napa. Napa's ordinance requires that for all wineries approved after 1990, that all tasting and tours be by appointment only, that winery signage clearly identify that tasting is by appointment only and unsolicited prior appointment only. Now, are there potential flaws in that approach? Yes. Is it perfect? No, but it would provide a mechanism to reduce this significant impact to quality of life in the rural areas. And so we would urge you to direct staff to evaluate that as a mitigation measure to reduce impact traffic too in the rural area. Similarly, we identified 3 other proposals in our prior letters that would also feasibly reduce this impact. And because these feasible mitigation measures exist, you're precluded from making the finding that all feasible mitigation has been imposed, and therefore you cannot override this impact. You must consider feasible mitigation first. One other issue I just want to touch on briefly has to do with the definition of winery special event. There were a lot of good changes made by your commission at the last hearing or the hearing before that, clarifying that that uses must be inherently related to the agriculture on the property, and that's a very critical component of the ordinance, and we support that fully. The unfortunate thing is that the definition of winery special event includes concerts, weddings. I don't think those are inherently related to agriculture, and in fact, the Department of Conservation agrees. I've submitted prior comments from them that speak to this, and there's just one more here. I believe you already have it in the record, but let me just read quickly. Special events such as weddings, festivals, and other public gatherings are typically inconsistent with the Williamson Act statute because there is no nexus between these types of events and the agricultural commodity being produced on site. So to the extent you want to ensure that these activities are inherently related to agriculture, we urge you to change this definition to take out these uses that are not inherently related to agriculture. And I can hand this. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lee Lamar, followed by Alan Davenport.
Good morning. My name's Lee Lehman. I live on Ballard Canyon. And unfortunately, I'm probably going to have to read some of this because I'm not great at public speaking. But I will say that after 6 years of going to so many meetings, writing comment letters, having neighborhood, David Lackey and Mike Hayes were in our house, staff came up with what we felt was a fairly balanced draft for the new wine ordinance, even though I didn't agree with all of it. While I really respect your desire to be fair to the small winemaker, many of us seem to feel that you've overlooked the significant impact on your decision to the next door neighbors of these smaller parcels of land. We live here. We're not in the service industry. We don't make our money out of the tourism, but we are the ones that pay the taxes that drive these roads. These neighbors' rights should also be taken into consideration as to the impact of noise, traffic, and also the resale value of their properties. A lot of people don't want to live next door to a tasting room. This last minute possibility of tasting rooms, whether or not by appointment on less than 20-acre parcels, has caused much anger and frustration amongst the neighbors here in San Ynez Valley. It's not healthy for either side, as we need to get along and help each other. I know the new wine ordinance is countywide and includes a much larger area than only San Ynez. However, the impacts of what happened in Santa Barbara, Lompoc, and Santa Maria area versus San Ynez is far different. And one reason that no one set of rules fairly applies to all. And that's not being a NIMBY in my backyard, as some have said, but rather the layout of the land, neighborhoods intermixed amongst ag lands. San Ynez Valley has a higher density of tasting rooms and wineries than these other areas, and therefore I feel there should be a distinction of these areas in the wine ordinance, and the cumulative impacts must be have stricter guidelines. Okay, water usage. I didn't see where the water use was addressed in processing outside grapes on these wineries. For those of us having our own wells and sharing the same aquifer as our vintner neighbors, it's of great concern just how much water is taking place. With our historic 5-year drought, the new wine ordinance needs to have a section requiring each new winery applicant to state how much water it will be using to process their own grapes, as well as the off-site grapes being trucked in for processing. I think this is really, really important. I'll even skip over that part. I'm opposed to allowing multi-tasting rooms on one winery site, especially when the winery is located on ag zone lands. Having more than one tasting room at each winery goes against reasoning unless the winery is located in a commercially zoned area. The argument that vintners have used for having on-site tasting rooms is that clients want to experience seeing where the grapes are grown. Then why allow outside wines to be sold in wineries on ag zone land? I have a lot of respect for the Vintners Association, as they are very well organized and are doing their very best to grow and promote their industry. However, there needs to be a fair balance in the wine ordinance where the rights of the residents to live in a safe and peaceful neighborhood are protected while allowing the vintners their rights also. We need to all live in harmony and respect each other. This has been a nightmare. This has been, all of you probably are caught up in this nightmare. It is horrible, and I don't see how this is going to be resolved with one redo of this. It seems like it's going to have to take lots more meetings. We haven't mitigated the roads, the traffic on a lot of these rural roads. There's a lot of other areas. Good luck to all of us.
Thank you. Alan Davenport, followed by Morgan McLaughlin.
Chairman Freeney and commissioners and staff, thanks very much.
Bless you.
I actually hope that this is drawing to a close fairly soon. I know it's been a long, drawn-out process, and I appreciate everybody's contribution to it. Personally, I support the staff recommendations for allowing appointment-only tasting rooms on the 10-acre parcels. I think I was actually impressed by the need for the small winemaker to be able to market their product directly, and I think that's a good solution to it. I think it does block the out-of-town investor who wants to come put a big wine factory and event center on a 5-acre parcel. I think you've achieved what you want to achieve, and you're regulating what you want to regulate. I think 200 square feet for the tasting room, I think, is appropriate rather than a 400, which is also being recommended by somebody. I actually wanted to reference John Hilliard's public comment letter, because I think that's the kind of thing that we do want to support. The one concern I have is that I definitely think you need to go with the ban on doing the tasting rooms in the inner rural and in the Ag 2 only. If you start doing it in EDRNs, if you start allowing it in inner rural, you're going to have a much greater impact on the San Ynez Valley, which in my mind is already getting to the point of being saturated with wineries and tasting rooms. You know, you're already starting to hear on the Facebook pages, just in the local press, the complaints about the events and loud noise. And you know, we had it in Ballard Canyon, where my daughter was kept awake at 11 o'clock at night because of a wedding up the road, that you could hear the music in her bedroom as if it were next door. We do have some great neighbors. Rusak Vineyards in Ballard Canyon has been a great neighbor. You know, I think Larner has some events, but I haven't felt any impact from them. But they're not the only ones. And I think it's important to have some teeth into the enforcement mechanism of the event regulation, and actually revoke someone's right to have an event if they're found to abuse it. My biggest concern, though, is that still haven't addressed Ballard Canyon, and I think it came away from the last meeting thinking like, oh, instead of worrying about just one more tasting room in Ballard Canyon, now I'm worried about 5 or 10 tasting rooms in Ballard Canyon. So I think a fair compromise would be to really look at the same kind of regulation for tasting rooms in the sensitive areas like Ballard Canyon that you do for the small parcels. So, and we had our attorney Anna come up with language with a roadway safety plan. You don't have to say we're going to do an overlay on Ballard Canyon. I know there's issues with that, but you could say, okay, any roadway that meets this criteria should be required to have the roadway safety plan, and that would basically make it like the whole under 20-acre same rules. Tasting by appointment only, no events. Because if you have more traffic coming on what is known by everybody to be a dangerous road, except for maybe Public Works doesn't agree, but you've got to do something to protect it. You've got a legal obligation to exhaust the mitigation efforts to deal with these problems, and you really have a moral obligation to protect the public safety of the citizens of the Ballard Canyon and the region. Thank you.
Morgan McLaughlin, followed by Steve Fort.
Thank you, Commissioners and Commission Chair. I'm Morgan McLaughlin. I'm the Executive Director for the Santa Barbara County Vintners Association. I want to address kind of where we left off last month, where it was directed to staff to look at scenarios to put pen to paper on this idea of 2 barrels and a plank. We did meet with county staff at length for an afternoon. We also, in our regulations committee, met and kind of came up with some ideas. And what we proposed, and we submitted it in letter form to the commission. You should have received it. I have copies here. It's also been submitted to planning staff. Is that we look at Tier A, which currently in the draft ordinance does allow for 20 members of the trade to be at a winery premise at any one time by appointment only. So when we were looking at the neighbor concerns, and we appreciate the comments that have been stated before, looking at what are the avenues to provide direct-to-consumer access to small family-owned wineries. So our recommendation is a hybrid of A and B for the existing in the draft. And I think what's really important is to not get caught up too much in language. And I think where we have identified some challenges in the community is what really is a tasting room. And what we were talking about last month, the idea, and John Hilliard, I think, spoke quite eloquently to it, is if you have a winery and you make world-class wines, what are the ways in which you can invite people out to be educated and to purchase? That doesn't necessarily mean a traditional tasting room with a tasting bar that's open 7 days a week with regular hours. And so we need to find an avenue that supports someone like John Hilliard on parcels that are at least 10 acres. We completely understand the concern with small parcels. We're not asking for events. We're not asking for big tasting rooms with buses. What we are simply saying is taking what you've currently put in the draft, 20 members of the trade, and adding 20 members of the buying public to be able to come onto a premise by appointment only. We did propose in the Tier A2 some discussion on square footage because we wanted to put it into context and give it some scale. And so when we went back to staff after they submitted the staff report wanting to know where 200 square feet comes up, there is no answer. And the draft is allowing for 20 people for the trade, and now you're overlaying 200 square feet. You're not allowed to have 20 people in an area just by fire code. So when we researched the 400 square feet, it was looking at potential fire code limitation. So we weren't coming up with an arbitrary number. We also, I'd like to see a map too, it's not been shown, of what parcels are we talking about in comparison to the rural and inner rural. A map that I did see does not show that many potential 10 to 19 acre parcels that could be brought under this tier A or A2. So I think the concerns are quite out of proportion. And I think visually to see what parcels we're talking about is quite telling. And then closing, I know I've gone over. Santa Barbara County is one of a few internationally recognized wine regions around the world. And we came on as a signing member. It's a coalition called Protect Place. And it's an international collection of Bordeaux, Chablis, Champagne, Chianti, Napa Valley, Oregon, Paso Robles, Portugal, Rioja, Sonoma, Tokai, Victoria, Washington State, Australia, and I said Oregon. We've come together with this idea that wine regions protect place, protect culture, and protect quality of life. And we are just one of many regions in the world that are committed to protecting our local communities. Thank you.
Steve Fort, followed by Charles Fairbanks.
Good morning. My name is Steve Fort. I'm with Suzanne Ellich Planning and Permitting. And I'm here today briefly. I wanted to support staff's proposed recommendation in section 1B on pages 2 and 3 of your staff memo. And Ms. Metzger went over it as one of her changes in her staff report. I appreciate that staff has developed a means by which to address those potential concerns without a blanket application of standards that apply to properties in the Ag Preserve Program. This is something I spoke and wrote about last time. So with this provision included, I think it's B5, the decision maker can approve the winery premises based on the minimum acreage required for the anticipated case production. If the premises changes and is no longer in compliance, they have to modify it and come into compliance with their approved premises. This is easily enforceable by staff with a title report and an APN map. And basing the requirement on the premises and not the lot is consistent with all the other requirements and standards in the ordinance. So again, we're just supporting staff's currently proposed provisions in item 1B in the staff memo, and just ask that you follow staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Charles Fairbanks, followed by Lisa Bedrogi.
Thank you for your time today. I appreciate it. I'd like to take the opportunity as somebody who's within the wine industry. I'm the president of Deerberg Star Lane Vineyard, but more so of a concerned citizen to the big picture of what we're talking about here. And it wasn't until recently that I decided to speak because I wasn't sure if I'd be able to have anything compelling for you. And finally I came to the conclusion that perhaps there's a little bit more perspective we can offer on this to consider more dialogue and consider chatting about this and look at the big picture. And something that dawned on me recently, I don't know if you're aware of, there's the UNESCO. And it's essentially a United Nations organization that is about preserving site culture, education, scientific, and cultural organization. And something unprecedented happened recently where roughly a year ago, Champagne region in France and the Burgundy region in France were both regarded through UNESCO as World Heritage Sites. Burgundy dates back to the 13th century, back to when the monks were making wine for the sacrament. Champagne dates back to the 17th century. And what's fascinating about these regions, if we step back from ourselves, we don't have this myopic look on all these little tiny things that affect ourselves. We really look back and look at the big picture of this whole thing. We understand that these are still family-owned regions. They're plots of land. These are about generation, about preserving the land, preserving what they do to be in better shape for the next generation. That's at the ethos of what they do in Burgundy. And here they are, centuries later, being regarded as World Heritage Sites, part of UNESCO. It fascinates me that we potentially here are looking at ourselves as an entity that only we're part of the wherewithal with our inhabitants to offer them opportunity, but at the same time, the wine industry is about preservation. I just offered you 2 tangible examples of what it has done in the world and what it has accomplished in time, and yeah, it is time. These conversations we are going to be having long before my timeline, I'm gone, my son's gone. This is a generational conversation. This is something we all need to take back and step back and really think about and really have a discourse, because I'll assure you that Champagne and Burgundy didn't get that recognition without working with their municipal organization or without working with their commissions and commissioners. That's how they were able to get where they were today and able to achieve this type of recognition. And what's also fascinating to me is that the history that we do have here. I'm actually a descendant of Don Jose de la Guerra y Noriega. And I fancy that I've probably more than anybody studied their winemaking history with the De la Guerra family. In 1876, the Philadelphia Centennial Fair, the De la Guerra family was awarded for the gold medal for winemaking. We have a rich tradition and history in this. We are about preservation. This is what this industry is all about, and I'm shocked. I cannot believe that we're not having a discourse and a collaborative effort here to continue seeking the right answers, to continue this dialogue further, and not become so focused and so myopic and lose the big picture of what this industry has accomplished in other parts of the world. Thank you for your time and listening to me.
Thank you. Lisa Bedrogi, followed by Wendy Eisler.
That's a hard act to follow. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold my applause. My name is Lisa Bedrogi. I'm with Cuvée Connections. Cuvée is a wine term meaning a special blend of high quality, and I offer a special blend of high quality land use and public relations services. I also want to say, in representing the Santa Barbara County agriculture and wine industry for almost 30 years, that we definitely have a special blend of high quality here in the Santa Barbara County wine industry. You've heard me refer to the area study, and I'm referring to it again today because I do think it is applicable. I'm going to read to you a couple of portions of it. In here it says, Santa Barbara agriculture is at a crossroads. Its future depends, at least in part, on how well the county manages the rural-urban interface. As one focus group participant admitted, because farmers tend to mind their own business, they have not been sufficiently involved in public policy and planning processes, which are now dominated by urban interests. I think we saw that today, and I tell you, I was really hoping to see a packed room today between the Gaviota plan and the winery ordinance. Unfortunately, I think that agriculture really needs to come together and realize that we need to do more to continue the dialogue, as the gentleman before me said, to really talk about how are we going to protect and preserve agriculture in the long run for our future generations. In terms of the wine industry, I've been around a long time, and I'm proud to say that the wine industry really was the inception to the farm-to-table movement. And long ago, I thought, wouldn't it be great if all of agriculture could captivate what the wine industry has done so well? And here we are. There's a movement for locavores, know where your food comes from, know where your wine comes from. It's all about education. It's about bringing people out into the vineyard or the agricultural operation and learning about the importance of our food system and our food production. When we get into myopic regulatory processes, we are hurting that industry, and we are hurting it for future generations. In fact, it says again on the area study, however, necessary agricultural support infrastructure is absent or lacking. Since they report that neighboring counties have more favorable policies and provide more support to agriculture, farmers and ranchers truck their products north or south to take advantage of infrastructure for packing, processing, and adding value. We heard that earlier from Mr. Hillard saying that, you know, Napa and Sonoma are grateful to take our grapes because they are high quality. But, you know, we are better off keeping them here, producing them here, marketing Santa Barbara County wines. I don't know how many of you, I thought it was interesting, staff referred to San Diego policy, and I visited Temecula recently. Temecula is not a place I'd like to be. It is not a place I'd like to see Santa Barbara County become. I have no problem it becoming Napa or Sonoma. I think those are beautiful agricultural regions. But if you want to do comparisons, take a look at Temecula. They have the large-scale restaurant everywhere facilities, and unfortunately, they don't produce that high-quality special blend of wine either. Sorry, my bias. In any event, I think you need to be very careful and recognize that there are a variety of wine regions in Santa Barbara County as much as there are statewide. What's happening in Santa Ynez is far different from the Santa Maria Valley and Lompoc Valleys. We need to have more tools and more opportunities for our wine industry to grow and prosper. And finally, to conclude with another excerpt from the area study, Permitting should be streamlined and policies be created to encourage the creation and improvement of necessary infrastructure to add value, for example, by cooling, storing, packing, and processing vegetables, expanding greenhouses, and yes, building tasting rooms.
Wendy Eisler, followed by David Pollock.
Thank you, Planning Commission and staff. Thank you for all your hard work. I'm aware that you've done this over the years, and I think you've made great progress, really positive progress on the winery ordinance, and you're all to be complimented for it. Perhaps over this summer you've had an opportunity to get away from some of your stress, and you look for a nice, tranquil, peaceful environment. Well, that place is not far away. It's just across the Santa Ynez Mountains, and it's called Ballard Canyon. We're blessed to have the opportunity to live and raise our children there, and our concern is to protect and preserve Ballard Canyon. You have the authority to keep Ballard Canyon the lovely place it is today, without traffic, noise, and congestion, without events every day on multiple vineyards. The Santa Ynez Valley is a community. We are not visitors. Teachers, accountants, mechanics, horse breeders, policemen, nurses, artists, IT consultants, librarians, they make their work and home in the Santa Ynez Valley, as do the grape farmers, the vintners, and the wine-related industry. We are all part of the same community. Others today will address the problems of water and traffic, as future development relies on precious and very limited resources. We all love Santa Barbara. What if the film industry arrived in Santa Barbara and wanted to create another Hollywood? Surely you would not want your beautiful city to succumb. Therefore, a powerful economic force should not put too much pressure on the local diversity and attraction. I'm aware of great compromise that has been occurring over the last few meetings, and I appreciate everyone's effort at this compromise. You have the authority to regulate the measured growth of the wine industry in the Santa Ynez Valley and Santa Barbara County. Santa Ynez Valley produces an excellent wine product, well respected throughout the county and the country and everywhere. The competition is strong, and areas such as Paso Robles are growing, but the quality of production should not be diminished by the quantity of wineries. Please address the wine ordinance permits. Go slowly, deliberately, with small increments, and yes, flexibility. Flexibility because 140 acres of grapes and wine tasting in a residential area of homes and schools is not equal to 140 acres planted in a remote area. Thank you very much for all your hard work. Once Ballard Canyon is allowed unfettered development, it will never be the idyllic and safe area it is today. We need your support and wise decision-making. We're concerned for our future, and we want a safe environment for everyone within our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. David Pollock, followed by Steve Pepe.
Board and planning staff, good morning. My name is Dave Pollock. I am one of the owners of a small inn in the Santa Ynez Valley, and I'm here to represent the small business owners' point of view. And while my partners and I are sympathetic to many of the arguments against, we are also in favor of the proposed ordinance for the Tier A wineries. And we are also concerned about further limitations being placed on wineries, and let me explain why. While we're just a small business, even though we're a small business, we bring over 5,000 people a year to the valley. They come here to shop, to eat, and to spend. We employ 7 people, not to mention numerous suppliers and service providers. We pay $50,000 a year in sales tax, and we contribute $18,000 a year in property tax. We are just one small business in the community, and yet you can see we still have the ability to make a sizable impact which benefits the entire community. Now, 95% of our guests come to the Valley, and they come to stay with us to enjoy the wine and the wineries and the events at each of the wineries. They come for all of the wineries, large and small. Now, Paso Robles isn't too far up the road. Another hour and 20 minutes past our front door, and you're in Paso Robles. I encourage this board to avoid giving those visitors a reason to drive right past us and to keep going north. We applaud the Tier A additions. We support approval, and we caution, we ask for caution when considering any additional limitations to wineries and the good work that they do in the community, and for all of us small business owners as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Pepe, followed by Angela Slater.
Good morning, Commissioners. Steve Pepe on behalf of the Econ Alliance of Northern Santa Barbara County. And also our vineyard is on Highway 246 between the cities of Lompoc and Buellton. And despite what Exhibit E of the EIR says and lists us as number 16 having an approved winery since 2006, that as a matter of fact is an incorrect statement. We don't have a winery in our vineyard. Our winery is in the city of Lompoc. Similarly, I ran into our neighbor across the street, Norm Huber, at breakfast today. And again, Exhibit E in the final EIR at number 64 says he has an approved winery and tasting room since 1986. Again, that is a false statement. His winery was denied by the very people who created Exhibit E. Why that's all relevant is because those figures were used in the number 64 to extrapolate that there are going to be 2 wineries a year for the next 20 years. The EIR has got serious and significant flaws in it. It also lists 10 non-operating wineries. You can't have a non-operating winery under the TTB. To be a winery, you have to make wine at least every other year. If you fail to do that, they pull your license. So again, those numbers were used to calculate the traffic we've heard about, the greenhouse gas emissions, et cetera, et cetera. I'd like to finish by talking about why direct-to-consumer sales are necessary for small family wineries. In the vineyard operations, 60–80% of the cost is due to labor, workers' comp, and benefits. And in 1985, we had 1,800 U.S. wineries, 950 in California, and 3,000 distributors. In 2015, 20 years later, we have 8,600 U.S. wineries. 4,000 of those are in California, and we have only 675 distributors. So we've had a loss of 2,325 distributors in the last 20 years. 4 distributors sell 60% of the wine, and 4 supermarket chains sell another 30%. So distributors and supermarket chains want tens of thousands of cases, not a couple hundred or 1,000 or 2. To stay in business, a small family winery have to sell their wine. Distributors and supermarket chains are not viable options. Their only option is direct-to-consumer sales. Without small family wineries, there'll be no agriculture in the valley because, as we all know, the cattle ranching's disappeared, horse ranching's disappeared, orchards have disappeared, and there's very little left. And so in the final couple seconds, I would reiterate Morgan's request to look at the number of 10-plus acre parcels, both in the rural area and in the inner rural area. And I would submit that when you do that, you will see that the staff's proposal to limit it to the rural area is illusory. You're talking about a handful of parcels, most of whom are orphans, someplace in Lompoc or someplace in Santa Maria. Thank you.
Thank you. Angela Slater, followed by Jim Smith.
Hi, I'm Angela Slater. I live on Ballard Canyon Road in Solvang, and I've been up here many times over the last 6 years, and I want to thank all of you for a tremendous job, hard working on this wine ordinance. And come a long way, and I'd like to say that I am I do support the staff and the planners for Tier A. I like the idea for call for appointment, as I think it will help mitigate the traffic problems that will be incurred. However, I do disagree with any of the Tier A in high density or inter-rural properties. I think I know what a lot of, there's been a lot of talk about France and Paso Robles, Napa, but Santa Ynez is very unique. It has its own terrain, and it's a small, dense area. We have to be very concerned with allowing more traffic into the smaller areas for these 10-acre farms. So I think sticking to the rural call for appointment. I think you've probably done a really good job, and I don't think it's going to be a huge issue, to be honest, since 10-acre parcels are quite expensive. Growing grapes at $45,000 to $50,000 an acre is going to be very prohibitive for most people, so I don't think it's really going to be an issue. So I support that. I'm mostly concerned, of course, living, well, before I go on to that, I'd like to bring up one thing, and a few people have, I think Lee brought it up, and another gentleman brought up the problem with water, and I'm really concerned about our water issues, particularly in Ballard Canyon. We already have one neighbor behind me her well's gone dry. She's having to truck water in. I think no one's addressed this, and with this 5-year drought, and who knows how much longer this is going to continue, our wells are drying up. I know there's one well in my next door neighbor that they are monitored, and their well every year has shrunk. So water is an issue. I don't know really how you're going to probably do that. Would you have some policy for new wineries to have their wells inspected and monitored and recorded? That's something you really have to look at for the long term, because this is long term. We're looking at, a 20, 30, 40-year proposal here. So what's going to happen? I worry also with allowing winery after wine tasting room, irregardless of tiers. How many are you going to put a cap to how many wine tasting rooms and developments you're going to have? You've got to, we've all talked, I think all of us can agree, we want to keep the Santa Ynez Valley as bucolic and beautiful as it's always been. That attracts the visitors and attracts the people that want to live here. And so there's got to be some conduciveness in approving wineries and keeping the rural nature of Santa Ynez. And then the last, I know I've got to go, Ballard Canyon Road, again, you have not really addressed the issues of the traffic issue. Ballard Canyon Road, along with Happy Canyon, these are very unusual roads, and they really need attention to the traffic problems on these roads, especially with any increased traffic. I don't know if it's possible. I know Alan just brought up perhaps there's a way to do a traffic study and perhaps have some criteria for the roads where they could be looked at. But I'm very concerned mostly with water and traffic on Ballard Canyon Road, and I think the rest of the ordinance, hope it works. Thank you.
Jim Smith, followed by Shelby Sim.
Good morning. My name is Jim Smith, and I've resided on Ballard Canyon Road for the last 38 years. And I'm going to ask you how many times you have to touch a hot stove to realize you shouldn't, and just look to the Napa Valley and the hideous consequences of permitting anyone with a few rows of grapes from having a complete vineyard operation. If we proceed down this same path, permitting small parcels to have tasting rooms and events, the result will be Napa Valley on steroids. It's either deny it now, or, as they are trying to do in Napa, rein it in. And it's really hard to get the genie back in the bottle. I also think that by permitting activities that result in increased traffic on roads like Ballard Canyon Road, which require attentive driving because of its inherent difficulty, and a continual parade of bicyclists, horses, and pedestrians is ludicrous, especially when you consider the purpose of these activities is to consume alcohol. Nothing can be done about the cyclists, the horses, the pedestrians, or the road. They're already there. However, you are empowered to curb the number of activities that result in drivers being impaired by alcohol trying to negotiate an already difficult road. I please would appreciate your consideration on these matters, and thank you very much.
Shelby Sim, followed by Marshall Miller.
Planning Commission, thank you very much for having us here today, and thanks again for your hard work. I am Shelby Sim, Executive Director of Visit the Santa Ynez Valley. I would just also agree with the prior speakers that the Santa Ynez Valley is different. It is not Temecula, it is not Paso, it is not Napa. Let's keep it that way. I do work for the hotels, and we like to keep those hotels full. And in order to do that, we need to keep the Santa Ynez Valley as it is, quaint and small, mom and pop, authentic experiences. Let's keep the dialogue going. It is just not possible to apply one ordinance to the entirety and diversity of the Santa Barbara County. This is an incredible place. It is diverse. You know, we have several different varietals within 5 minutes of drive of each other in the Santa Ynez Valley. It's just the same with the roads, with the environments, with the size of wineries, different stuff. You can't just apply one thing to this entire thing. Sorry, I'm mixing around here. The attorney suggested that to be sure that no non-ag events happen at wineries. She didn't mention yoga, but man, what a threat yoga is on a winery. I would say if that's applied, let's make sure it's applied to all ag and not just to wineries, because they would fit the same thing. And again, I would just stress, let's continue the dialogue, let's be careful, let's be safe, and again, thank you for all your work so far.
Thank you. Marshall Miller, followed by Katie Grassini.
Thank you, Commissioners. I feel like at this point I've come to know you a little bit through the course of these hearings, and so thank you for your time and diligence on this matter. I'd like to frame what I have heard as the debate that has gone on here a little bit. You have a particular community that is feeling like they're very impacted, and I'm not disputing that. It's the Ballard Canyon Homeowners Association, who've been here very consistently with legal counsel and are articulating the problems of Ballard Canyon Road. At the risk of kind of adding to the problem, I drove the road recently myself because although I'm in the wine industry, I don't find myself there very frequently, to better understand what was being discussed, to be able to see it from all sides. And I appreciate it is a unique road with some particular twists and turns to it. And I hear what the community is saying. There is less conflict here than I think we all, than it seems to be at first. Ballard Canyon as a stretch of road, I don't know exactly what it was, but I did a little bit of back of the envelope math. It represents less than 2% of county-funded county zone roads in terms of what you have in the county. It's not wrong to acknowledge that if there's a problem in this location, that the solution is not a county-wide ordinance that applies to the other 98% of roads. When the wine industry has been meeting with planning staff, we have been told that we cannot do spot zoning to try and carve out what are kind of these unique problem spots. But when you listen to the feedback that you've heard over the course of several meetings, you have not had homeowners associations from the Santa Maria Valley, from the Lompoc Valley, from the Cuyama area where there are vineyards and wineries that all fall within the mandate of this ordinance. you have a localized problem, which is not to diminish the problem, and you have a county-wide solution. And you have the wine industry reacting very strongly and very negatively, not out of a total disregard for what is going on in Ballard Canyon Road, but a concern for what does this look like for the other 98%. Our county and our city government has at times been defined by its ability to be creative. How the city of Santa Barbara travels out to the ocean, goes through the water, and comes back on shore to encapsulate the airport, maybe some tragedy of zoning by some general metric, but it solved a very specific problem. That level of creativity may need to be what's applied here to get the Ballard Canyon community what they need in combination with what the wine industry is looking for on a countywide basis. My second point, and I will be very quick on this, is that there's a little bit of a definitional talking across each other, which is as follows. If you are a winery, the category of tasting room is a very particular permitting category from alcohol beverage control by the state of California. It is not, by definition, a particular room with mood lighting and good music. It is a category of permitting that is either allowed under the zoning locally or it's not. And so when you've heard winemakers come up here and speak and be a little confused on terms of number of square footages or whatnot, what they're talking about is, I want to bring people into my cellar and be able to sell them wine. It's a licensing category, and how we have been approaching it has been a particularly designated space, almost like the restaurant as part of a kitchen or something like that. And I think that we have lost a little bit, we've talked a little bit past each other on that particular point, particularly as it relates to Tier A. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Katie Grassini, followed by Steve Fennell.
Good afternoon. Thank you again for all of the time and effort that you and staff have put into this ordinance. We really appreciate it. We know it's not easy. I'm Katie Grassini. I run my family's small vineyard and winery out in the Happy Canyon area, and I just wanted to come up here and say I think this little by appointment only tastings cutout that you've got is a really great opportunity, and it's a wonderful opportunity to help small businesses, small family-owned businesses like ours, really reach the public and show them what makes us so special here in Santa Barbara County when we're making, 3,000 cases versus 3 million in a little winery. My family, my parents raised us to be very charitable and to always worry about what's going on in the community. So it does concern us when we hear that people are, worried about safety and things like that. But I want to tell you that the winery community is involved with charity and is involved with the community. My winery, we won, we were just named the Small Business of the Year by the Santa Barbara Chamber. And that wasn't because we, have hundreds of employees and we do all these different things. It's because we do a lot for the community and we do a lot with charities. And that was what they told us was the reason that we won that award, and that was important to me and my parents. And I think that's representative of a lot of the Santa Barbara wineries. Our family winery, we started out really small. We were only making about 125 cases a year. My little sister Mandy was our salesperson, and it was her first job out of college, and it was heartbreaking to watch her go out there and knock on these doors and try and get people to buy our wine, and they had no idea who we were. And I remember the first time she sold a case of wine, it was actually to the Liquor and Wine Grotto in Montecito. And she called my dad, and I was in the car, and she was sobbing. She was crying. She was so happy. And she thought that would solve the problem. We sold a case of wine. Now we're going to get distributors knocking on our doors. Well, that's not how it happened. We had to grow, and it took a lot of time and a lot of effort. And it took us another 3 years before we were able to get a distributor to agree to sell our wines here. And that was a blessing and a curse. It was a curse in that we lose 50% of the revenue right there, which after payroll and all the money we put into this, it's a tough margin. It was a blessing because I ended up meeting my fiance who worked for the distributorship. And so that was a good thing. Now we're looking towards the future and what we're going to be able to do with this vineyard and this winery, and that's what we want to be able to leave to our kids. When my parents bought this land in the 80s, they didn't buy it to put the vineyard on there for themselves. They bought it for all of us and for our grandkids. And so I think this small tasting by appointment only. It's perfect. It's going to give people an opportunity to do that. It would only work by appointment only. It's not, at Grissini, we don't want, God, bachelorette parties or big groups out there. That's like a nightmare. I mean, we've got grandkids running around out there. We want high-end people. We want the folks that are staying at the Baccara who are there on their 30th anniversary that want to have a special opportunity to come out there, meet me, meet my winemaker, talk to my parents, understand what we're doing, and then take that bottle of wine home with them and open it on their 35th anniversary and relive that moment. And that's how we get that connection, and that's how we get that customer for life. I went completely off my notes. I had all sorts of important, interesting things to say, and I got lost. But thank you so much again for all of your time and effort.
Thank you. Steve Fennell, followed by Chris Snowden.
Thank you, Planning Commission and staff. I am Steve Fennell. I'm the winemaker and general manager of Sanford Winery. But today I'm actually here on behalf of the Santa Barbara County Vintners Foundation as the president. And following up on Katie's comments about all the good works we do, the foundation is quite impressive. Since 1989, we have raised approximately $4 million for direct relief. We have raised over $110,000 in scholarships for local high schools and Allen Hancock College. We have donated over $105,000 to the food bank and $65,000 to People Helping People. And this is all from the hard work of the wine community, from member wineries. And I took a little break from harvest to come down here today because this is so important. You've had a lot of great comments from the wine community about the importance of our industry and our concerns about some of the limitations, but I'm particularly addressing and actually a plea to not arbitrarily restrict the efforts of wineries to raise money for charities on their property. This July, we had a fun run at Sanford Winery on a 483-acre parcel as a fundraiser for the Vintners Foundation. It was the second year. We were actually had net proceeds this year, which is actually quite an accomplishment for a young event. We attracted people from the valley, from out of the area. Over 50% came from the South Coast or greater Southern California, some from other states, a few from international. So it definitely is something that brings people here. The proceeds for this this year are going to go to the Los Alamos Youth Program, which serves critical needs for the underserved community from grades 8th through 12th. And this is something that's, the wineries that participated in this particular event donated their time, donated their wine, and even paid to be sponsors. So there's nothing in this other than doing good works. So again, please consider this. Thank you.
Chris Snowden, followed by Katie Rogers.
Hello, my name is Chris Snowden, and I come from a third-generation grape-growing family in Napa Valley. We produce 5,000 cases of wine, and we've grown grapes on our property contiguously since 1955. I also have a small label in Santa Barbara called Goodland Wines, where we produce less than 500 cases, and we bottle by AVA, trying to raise awareness for Santa Barbara County and what makes it special. It may be a Santa Barbara pastime to kick around Napa, but I would like to take a minute to point out what Napa does that Santa Barbara does not. And I would also like to mention that for the people that are very critical of Napa, to look at the policies and look at how Napa and the policymakers and the vintners and the citizens have sought to strike a balance between these two apparently diametrically opposed things. When I grew up, it was a different place. It took 10 minutes to go across town, and you would hit one stoplight and a couple stop signs on the way. Today, it's a much bigger town center and is the second most visited place in California, eclipsed only by Disneyland. I've always hesitated in calling Santa Barbara my home. It isn't a county that puts much effort into sustaining its citizenry. It tends to depend on a batch of retirees whose constant is that they oppose change. Napa has worked to support their citizenry. There are 2 points that I hope to burn into your thoughts as you consider this one-sided rule that we've arrived at, while largely, in my opinion, choosing to ignore the wine industry's billion-dollar perspective and weighing heavily on the voiced opinions of a few. First, I would also like to suggest that we should be speaking to the Agricultural Planning Department here as well. Their mission statement is that the statement of the Santa Barbara County Agricultural Planning Department is to protect agricultural resources by providing technical expertise, identifying developmental impacts, and assisting with policy development in involving agricultural lands. If we were here to protect agricultural resources, we would be limiting the number of residents who seek to live on agricultural land and not use it for agricultural purposes. Furthermore, I don't think we would be enabling these residents to prevent other citizens from using private ag land for ag uses. By providing technical expertise in that field, I feel like we have disregarded the evidence that the civil engineers provided at our request, at your request, in which they found that the Ballard Canyon Road is actually underutilized. In terms of identifying developmental impacts, I don't feel that that's something that has meaningfully been accomplished. Very rarely have I heard water use come up, monocropping, or hillside developments as harmful to the greater region. All we're talking about here is a road, and a very small road, as Marshall pointed out. And assisting with policy developments, this policy is one that's severely anti-wine industry, from my opinion. You have to admit that a group claiming to be so interested in agricultural resources that we have taken a disproportionate amount of input from the people who claim their ag lands as their residential property and don't do ag business. In my opinion, the people living in agricultural land who are using it for their own residence are not only contributing very little to the county, but they are inhibiting fellow citizens from utilizing it for what its legal and highest economic use is predicated to be, agricultural use. This group has exerted private ownership over public property, in this example, Ballard Canyon and Happy Canyon roads, to the detriment of all other taxpayers. While ironically, it is the taxpayers who own Ballard Canyon Road and intrinsically retain the right to drive down it and visit landowners who use ag land to do ag business. As a percentage, Ballard residents are the vast minority owners of that road, and yet they have been granted private privileges, and we, the taxpayers, are in the minority. And secondly, and this is what makes the entire thing so completely ironic, is that this piece of legislature will ensure that the only types of wineries that are established in our county will be the projects that I think we all are agreeing we're trying to limit or inhibit. Mark my word, by preventing ground level folks who are in the wine industry today from having access, we are fending off the people who live here and respect the heritage and natural beauty of Santa Barbara County. As someone who has lived through and participated in winery-related policy for most of my life and during a period of great expansion in our industry, I can tell you that I, along with my cohorts, have never been as surprised by the dislocation from evidence and the disregard for industry needs as I am right now. Please consider the mission statement before deciding on this policy, and please don't approve it on the basis that we've spent a lot of time and energy to make it to this point. Thank you.
Katie Rogers, followed by David Porter.
Thank you, Commissioners, Board, and Planning Committee. First, I just want to say my name is Katie Rogers, and I manage 5 DTC businesses, 3 in Santa Barbara County, 1 in Carmel, and 1 up in Sonoma. I don't come from a wine background, but I've worked extremely hard to get where I am. Born and raised Santa Barbara and went to Cal Poly. Just a little perspective of where my comments are coming from. I think the low intensity Tier A, or the plan to, build an opportunity for small businesses to start, really speaks to one of the goals that we need to accomplish here in Santa Barbara County. If we want future Foxens, Coupés, Aubon Climats, then they need the ability to have those barrels and a wood plank and host. There isn't a lot of staff, as Katie spoke to. It'll probably be the winemaker or one of their family members, so there shouldn't be an increase in traffic by allowing those small businesses to start on their property.
They probably won't be able to afford construction at that point, so there probably won't be a worry there as well. And they're operating on 60 to 70% margins if they're in DTC versus the 40 to 50% margins when trying, if they're lucky enough to get a distributor. So it's really important to their livelihood to be able to have that DTC business. It's really challenging to find talent here. It's extremely hard to find really good quality staff here. I have built robust commission structures to try to keep the quality staff I do have here from not going to tech or any other industry. We also hire a lot of part-time people that work in the restaurants here, and they're able to stay in this county because they can have multiple part-time jobs. So if we don't continue to grow and show a career path for these young-minded individuals that are going to UCSB and Cal Poly to stay in this county and help us grow, we will limit the ability of this county to grow and be a competing industry. One of the other things too that was brought up was drunk driving. Before we even have somebody really sign on to work for us, they have to go through a safe server program, and they have to get licensed to be a safe server. And ABC watches that very closely for us. It is illegal for us to serve intoxicated people or to get them to that point. So we take that very seriously as a business, as we can lose our license and be shut down. If we want to compete with world-class regions, including Italy, which have very tiny, small roads, and the neighbors live happily among agritourism, then we really need to think about not just the now, but the future for this industry. I'm the first one in my family to work in wine, and I would not like to be the last. We also need to think about managing compliance. So right now, it's obviously complaint-based. We really need to consider how those complaints are processed. Right now, anybody can put in a complaint without any sort of filing fee or any sort of repercussion to the complainant of the time it takes to process that and look into it. So if there's a way to make it so the complainant has their facts in a row and have looked into it so it's a valid complaint before all of us spend time, money, and efforts, that would be appreciated. Again, we really appreciate all of your time and efforts that you have put into this. We hope that you continue to put your time and efforts because it won't just affect us, but future generations to come for Santa Barbara County. Thank you.
Thank you. David Porter, followed by Bruce Porter.
My name is David Potter. I believe I'm one of the small guys that everybody's talking about as far as small winery entrepreneurs. So my background is I moved here from Ranch Cucamonga, went to college at UCSB. I did my undergrad here. I left for a while and did my master's degree in winemaking in Australia, and then apprenticed in France, and I was gone for about 8 years or so. And I moved back in 2007. I've been in Santa Barbara County since that time. When I moved back, I started working for Fess Parker Winery, and the Parkers have always been very generous with their staff and small guys like me, and they let me use their equipment to start my wine business. So. Started in 2007. I have a little tasting room in the Funk Zone in Santa Barbara, and we've just built a little winery on Haley Street as well. So I'm very focused in Santa Barbara City. That being said, I love San Ynez Valley, and my dream is to someday buy a small property and grow my own grapes and have a small wine business on site. And so, it's very disparaging to read a draft report that says essentially we need to be able to afford a 40, 50 acre parcel and all of the things that go along with that. It's out of the realm of possibility for a small, very small business. And so I would just ask, I know that this argument's been made by numerous other people, but I wanted to just come up and say that if I were to somehow, sell our little house here and close down all our shops here and bundle all of our money together and buy a property, there's no way to make it feasible without inviting guests onto the ranch to sell people wine. So thanks for your time and consideration.
Bruce Porter, followed by Karen Steinwachs.
Chairman Farini and commissioners. I'm Bruce Porter. I live in San Ynez, and thank goodness I'm a very close neighbor to the Gainey Vineyards because he is an awesome neighbor. I ask that you carefully consider overly limiting tasting rooms on smaller parcels in any way. Let's make sure that any delineations that you use are not arbitrary, but are going to be supported by facts and by data. And many others here have talked about the importance of to owners and having a tasting room. But let me talk as a neighbor and a school board member, because I'm interested in a wider way. We want to make sure that this ordinance will not shutter businesses, kill jobs, and squander revenue that is urgently needed for schools, libraries, and public safety. If you go down the wrong path, in extremis, small mom and pop operations go under to be bought up by multinational agribusiness conglomerates. And that sounds pretty out there, but we've all seen it happen in this nation. And that's not the kind of neighbor I want to see in the San Ynez Valley or the community that I want. I totally understand the concerns of neighbors in places like Ballard Canyon and Happy Canyon, but you're developing an ordinance for the entire county. Don't contort the entire county-wide planning process for just a couple of small areas that can be handled through a careful and thoughtful permitting process. For once, let's stand with the little guy. Let's lend a hand to those willing to be entrepreneurs, groundbreakers, and great neighbors. Let's keep our community the way it is, rural, friendly, and neighborly, not one that will eventually be taken over by giant, uncaring conglomerates just because they're the only ones who can turn a profit in the San Ynez Valley. And I thank every one of you for your service to the community.
Thank you. Karen Steinwachs, followed by Debbie Earl. Debbie Earl is the last speaker, if we missed anybody.
First of all, thank you for pronouncing my last name right. Nobody does that. My name is Karen Steinwachs. I am the winemaker and general manager of Buttonwood Farm Winery and Vineyard. We are outside of Solvang, between the towns of Solvang and Los Olivos. We're the 19th bonded winery in Santa Barbara County. Our parcel is 106 acres. 39 of that is planted to vines. The rest of it is planted to orchards, row crops, goats, sheep, pigs, you name it. We grow it, we raise it, we enjoy a great dinner every once in a while. I'm not really here because Buttonwood is what we feel to be a grandfathered in winery. We have the acreage, we have the history, we actually are pre-tier. We don't have anything. Our permit says not applicable, which can be interpreted in one of two ways, which I'll get to in a minute. I'm also a resident of San Ynez, and there is a lot more traffic. The traffic is at 5 o'clock. If you try to get from San Ynez to Solvang anywhere after 3:30, you're going to wait. It's like being in LA. You're going to wait 2 or 3 traffic lights to get through the light to get into Solvang. And I would also suggest to the residents of Ballard Canyon that perhaps some of the increased traffic is because of all the additional residences that are being built there. You have to look at all where the traffic is coming from, and I'm not sure. Perhaps there is a study to say exactly where all that traffic is coming from. But I don't think, when people are coming up the pass at 3:30 and going into Solvang, that they're coming here to do wine tasting. As Katie mentioned, we're very cognizant about over-imbibing. We do not serve people that are intoxicated. We are under a code of ethics to not get people to that point to do so. And from a very self-serving financial point of view, we don't want it. They don't buy wine. We want people who are interested in what we grow, how we grow it, and what we do as an enterprise in San Ynez. San Ynez, Buttonwood Farm also is one of the founding members of the Land Trust of Santa Barbara County. It was Betty Williams, it was Art Hibbets, and it was Michael Benedict that started this. And the whole premise of that is to keep land in agriculture for generations. This is what sustainability is all about. And this is what we all believe. I'm here today to support my colleagues who are much smaller, do not have the greatness that we have at Buttonwood as far as land and already established permits. I think by appointment, Tier A is a great way for people to learn a lot about what we do. The other thing that's very concerning to me is, as a grandfathered property, it's too ambiguous as to what I can read through the ordinance as to what's going to cause that to fall off. And I've had experience with this before. We had an event at Buttonwood almost 2 years ago now. We went to every agency we could possibly get to see if we had to have a permit to do this event. We were advised we did not need to do so. We had the event. One person complained. You can probably guess who that might be. We were then told, oh, we were wrong. You have to have a permit. So if in fact this says, you know, we are not right now subject to the conditions of the ordinance, I don't know what is going to cause us to fall off of that. So I would ask that we look at making it less ambiguous from that point of view as well. You guys have worked really hard. We appreciate that. We are here to work with you. We just ask that you keep us involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Debbie Earl.
Good morning, Commissioners. Thank you for taking the time to listening to me. My name is Debbie Earl. I live in the Santa Rita Hills AVA, in the middle of it. We are in Ag 2, and when we first came here, it was cattle land. Now it is vineyards. We are one of the few people in the area that still run cattle. I'm here in support of the smaller vineyards, the neighbors of the smaller vineyards. It is very impactful to have not only the wine visitors, but the harvesting, the water. The water is a major issue. I don't know if you are aware, but a permit for a well these days is an 18-month wait. And everybody who lives downriver, from anybody who puts a well in upriver, we're all wondering what's going to happen to our water. And I don't believe that's a consideration that's been taken so far. We have good neighbors. They're trying to do their best. But it can be very impactful to be in the middle of one of these. And as a 10-acre parcel, I can tell you it's very, very difficult. The traffic is a consideration. No matter what the traffic patterns of the staff might say, it is impactful. So please take into consideration the amount of wineries that you permit. Thank you.
Okay, no more speaker slips, so we'll close the public comment period. And that was a lot of comments. It's 12:30, lunchtime, 1:15.
Mr. Chair, if I may, could I just ask staff when we come back, a member of the public asked, and I recall that it being very helpful, is you have the map that shows the parcels and where they are. All right, thank you.
Okay, see you at 1:15. Thank you. We'll bring the meeting back to order, and I think we're back with staff now after public comment. Oh, did we have one? Okay. So we'll reopen public comment, and I think it's Michael. Michael, you'll have to tell us your name. I can't quite
Michael
make it
Larner.
out. Larner, okay.
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you, distinguished commissioners. I apologize late. I was harvesting this morning and just got down here, and plus the 154 is not exactly open right now. But I was harvesting this morning for a client, and clients come first because we are a vineyard and a winery. We sell 80% of our fruit to 23 wineries in this county. And this morning I was doing my job for that. And that nets us, after all the farming costs and expenses that we run into, close to $50,000 a year, which I've spent essentially, if you read this article in the Santa Maria Sun, every last penny trying to get my winery permit for the last 6 years. So I really wanted to come down here just to read one sentence in this article that really hit me at the core, because it's something that can be interpreted many ways. But it refers to what Marshall Miller was talking about, the fact that there's fears that the only billionaires' boy clubs can essentially afford winery development in the future. But Bob Field said that's already happening. He said that he wants to support mom and pops wineries and young entrepreneurs, but there hasn't been such in years. So my question is I've been here for 6 years. I'm a mom and pop. I guess Bob doesn't quite see me. But my question is for the commission or for the county is what kind of question does that bring for you? Does that not sort of install fear that maybe that we should be looking at an ordinance that encourages mom and pops and encourages the opportunity for entrepreneurship? That's all I wanted to say. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Now we'll close public comment.
Mr. Chair and Commissioners, based on the public comments that we have heard, we do have a map to show the Commission. We went through a mapping exercise to see which parcels in the rural area that are Ag 2 are between the size of 10 and 19.9 acres. And so this map will show you all of those parcels. Now those are just the parcels between 10 and 19.9 acres that would be allowed to have a taste in the red.
Oh, red, thank
in the
you.
red color, sorry.
That's what we needed to know.
In the red color, and then I'll zoom in too. That would be allowed to have a tasting room in the rural area under the new provisions that we presented to you today. And just keeping in mind that also other larger parcels would be allowed to have tasting rooms if they came in for a Tier B or Tier C winery. So I'll pan into this area here. So this is the Los Olivos area. The green, for the most part, is the inner rural area, and then the Ag 2 parcels in the rural area are shown with the red being those parcels between 10 and 19.9 acres. Zoom in. Is that better? Are there other areas of interest I should zoom into as well while I'm showing the map?
If you wouldn't mind, just go to the west and then up to the north. And
Okay. So this is the map extent to the east. And so this is the 154 running here, just to give you some semblance of direction. This is Happy Canyon Road here. And then panning to the west. So this is Buellton and the Santa Rita Hills. And then I'll take you north. So Los Alamos. And then to the top of Los Olivos here.
So, Mr. Chair, I guess just again, reiterating, this map was an exercise. So most of the area in the Ag 2 in the rural area is greater than 10 acres and would still be eligible for that Tier A tasting room, Tier A winery with a tasting room. So, it has a limited purpose, this map, but at least we wanted to do a query to see how many parcels, at least between that range, existed.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, I assume we're questions for staff at the moment. I have a couple questions. One is, I need to know how you arrived at the 200 square feet. And the reason I say that is my bedroom is bigger than 200 square feet, and I couldn't get 20 people in there. The other question is, does that include the bathroom facilities? Because you're going to have a bathroom facility for the tasting room, and the minimum size is about 45 square feet. So just I'm curious to know if that counts. And how'd you arrive at 200 square feet? Because that's really pretty small.
Through the chair, Commissioner Blau, first of all, it doesn't include any restroom facilities as part of that 200 square feet. We would assume those would be part of the larger permit for the structure. And we were looking to our meeting with the vintners, and what they had requested was 2 barrels and a plank. So looking at the table that we're using here, 2 barrels and a plank would be roughly around that size. So that's what we looked at.
Okay, I just questioned it because I'm thinking if I look at some typical tasting rooms that are kind of close to where I live, like Casa de Oro, and although it really can't accommodate more than about 15, 16 people, because they've got a couch in there, they've got a wine display, they've got their wines on display, there's some artwork on the building. I'm just curious how we got that. So you got it from the vintner, so that's interesting. Yeah.
Commissioner Commissioner Cooney.
So, my vision of who would be able to take advantage of the new Tier A regulations would be, as we had testimony, someone who calls in. They say, I've tried your wine. I'd like to see where you grow it. And they basically come by. I doubt there would be very many instances of 15 to 20 in a tasting room, such as we'd expect with the larger wineries and tasting rooms. Again, the goal here is to provide a pathway for a very select number of vintners to expand the opportunities. It's not. I don't think we could represent that it's an easy process. Someone would have to be pretty engaged and patient to get their conditional use permit, but at least there is a possibility, whereas there was none before. So I'm reluctant to vary too far from what staff has recommended. I mean, if we expanded it from 200 to 300, I think we'd still be within the spirit of the very small, limited tasting opportunities, but not opening it up to anything that would resemble a special event.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, and my other question too, I agree, Commissioner Cooney. We talked about this last time. We wanted a way for the small guy to be able to do this. I think 200 is a little too small. I'd much rather see it at 300, to be honest with you. The other thing that I'm curious about is what we talked about before was limiting the hours. Not that it's open 5 days a week or 7 days a week. I'm wondering if we could give them maybe a choice. I'm not sure I like appointment only as opposed to give them a choice of appointment only or 10 hours a week or 20 hours a week, and you pick your time. If you want to have your place open on 2 days a week for 4 or 5 hours, that might work. I just want to have a little more flexibility. I mean, they're going to have to get a CUP in order to do this. So we have discretionary approvals. So depending on location, depending on configuration, we could say, okay, your appointment only because of the concerns. Oh, over here, if you want 2 days a week, 4 hours at a session, we could do that. And that's the way they advertise their taste testing and so forth. And I was impressed by the one winemaker who said, I don't have a tasting room. His tasting room is this 4,000 square foot warehouse. And he, you know, how does that count? I mean, he's got a couple tables in there, some chairs. Is it designated? I'm loving what you've done. Don't get me wrong. The CUP was a great idea. And as long as we have discretionary approvals. My last question for you is, it's maybe for county council, but is it within our purview to recommend to the board that at a given date, let's say 2 or 3 years from now, we have no more wine tasting rooms on Happy Canyon or on Ballard Road, giving the current property owners notice that as of a certain date, the county's not going to allow any more wine tasting on those roadways. We kind of did it in an ad hoc way with the parking in Los Olivos, which I objected to, but we did it. I mean, we said the first 50 people that come in there and do a development on there get to use the public parking that's in the street. After that, not so much. I mean, it's basically what happened. I mean, so I'm just asking a question. I wouldn't object to that because I'm giving the landowners sufficient notice to get a permitted winery if they wanted to do that. And I do agree that if every parcel on those streets were to put in a wine tasting room, it would be a disaster. Ask a question.
So let's go with Ms. Metzger first. And selfishly, I'm interested in that question on the tasting inside of the winemaking facility.
Yes, Commissioner Blau and Mr. Chair. So when we met with the vintners, we had, I think it was either 5 or 6 people in a meeting for an afternoon to talk about this issue. And what we heard from them is the 2 barrels and a plank. And it was much like, I think, the Hibbard winery who spoke, Hilliard, about how it's not necessarily a room per se in the structure. It's a space that is provided for this use. And so we went to the definition of the tasting room through this last ordinance revision and added to the definition. So I'm just going to read how it would read if this was adopted today. A room or rooms or an area within a structure used by a winery visitor primarily for the tasting and marketing of wine products. So that was the addition from our meeting with them.
Ms. Richardson.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I think your proposal raises a few issues that we could go through separately. Can I maybe just rephrase it to make sure I understood?
Lawyers always do that. That's the way they answer questions.
So it sounded like you wanted to know if it was possible to have sort of a future moratorium in certain areas that sort of at a certain point no more permits would be issued. Is that
correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, sort of a couple issues. One is a moratorium is an option, but it requires certain findings and a 4/5 vote by the board. And one of those findings is moratoriums are designed to essentially be temporary while you craft permanent regulations. And the other issue is that, and we've talked about this on Happy Canyon and Ballard Road in the past, there would need to be some sort of rational basis for why those roads are treated differently. And up to this point, we've had some conflicting information from Public Works about whether the roads are actually as dangerous as some public members have asserted they are.
Well, I agree with you there, but I'm not saying that we're doing it because the roadways are dangerous. I mean, I could do this based on the quality of life issue. At some point in time, if the entire roadway were, if 50% of those parcels on that roadway were wine tasting rooms and wineries, that would be a not so pleasant place to live, I would think. And I think that's the rationale for doing it, because that's kind of what we're hearing. It's not just the danger of the road, it's we've heard the argument of quality of life.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Blau, then I would think the commission would deny a particular permit because you think they've either exceeded the number of tasting rooms that can be absorbed in a particular area. But I don't think we can say you have till 2020 to apply, and then after that,
Well, I
we're
get that.
done.
My
Yeah.
concern there is I don't want to do like we did to the one winery where the guy goes out and spends $750,000 making his application and then gets denied. You know, if we're not going to allow anymore for those reasons, for me, I want to put them on notice far enough in advance that they don't go out and buy a piece of property or spend $750,000 in developing the property and then get turned down. So, fortunately for me, not my decision to make. That's the board level, but I throw that out there as a thought that we might want to look at that option.
Commissioner Brooks?
Yes, thank you, Chair Perini. I'm looking at this map, and you know, I'm going back to the days of the San Ynez Community Plan, and I mean, that was focusing on the primarily the inner rural areas. We looked at the EDRNs. I'm just looking at some of the possibilities here. If we go into this Ag 2 10-acre, you know, again, looks like there's 6 right along the 154. And as you pointed out, I'm just looking over at Ballard Canyon. There's what, 2 along there? Is that 1 or 2? It looks like there's 2 10-acre or whatever. It's between what, 10 and 19. Yeah, probably
Looks
less
like
than 20.
3, I think.
So we're thinking that's 3? Or is it
Through the chair, it looks like 2 parcels to me.
2 parcels?
I bring this up because, you know, I was very glad to see staff not recommend, you know, the Tier A in the inner rural area. We have here an EIR. I believe it was in the newspaper about, you know, protecting our environment and CEQA. I mean, for us to go out into these other areas or to even, you know, consider some of these, you mentioned, you know, for the T, or I guess you call it A2 potential that, you know, has been proposed, that, you know, this at some point could come back, you know, in a long-range work plan. With this many 10 acres, 10 to 20 acre parcels that could, as well as all the larger parcels in the Ag 2, what does that do to our environmental review? Is it adequate if we went there? Or, and as I said, I'm leaning toward not, but because it seems to me that kind of flies in the face of what was studied and now what's being proposed.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, so in your packet, there's a EIR revision letter, and so we talked about the different changes, and it's a general discussion of looking at if there's a need for additional review. The Tier A, the project description for the EIR was the Tier A with 20 members of the trade. So that 20 number was important for at least being consistent with the Tier A winery that was evaluated in the EIR. And that's one that was woven into staff's recommendation, that the Tier A with a tasting room still use that level of intensity, no more than 20 visitors at any one time. And so as far as the traffic, would have similar or even reduced number of trips at the Tier A winery. Each of the roadway segments in the EIR would have at least for the level of analysis we looked at, two Tier A, two Tier B, two Tier C wineries on each of the 34 or 36 roadways. So it still had, the Tier A wineries would be equivalent. So we didn't feel that there would be a significant change in the overall analysis, since the intensity of users would be similar to the Tier A for the EIR project description.
And that is only, this letter, this revision letter, that's maybe making an assumption that we keep the staff recommendation for Tier A, and then only making that change for the rural area tasting room. Okay, so if we went in that direction, we're okay with this. All right.
Correct.
Commissioner Cooney.
I think Commissioner Brooks,
Okay, fine.
I mean Brown was first. and-
Okay. Commissioner Brown?
Okay. I don't have a light here, and I didn't know whether or not you had a light on yours. That's the only reason I was jumping in there. Oh, does he? Okay, good, thank you. So I just would like to jump in here to try to put a bridge between what Commissioner Blau was saying on a moratorium with some perhaps additional standards which might be helpful for these smaller rural roads, particularly those on Ballard Canyon. And Ms. Citron has suggested two that are possible development standards, which I think are good, and I think those could be incorporated or should be incorporated into the ordinance, which would allow sort of a little different look, other than going, no, you can't do it, from sort of as we get down the road, to a consideration for those that are on these, I'm going to use the word impaired roadways, that might be helpful to facilitating development on these Ag 2, these smaller Ag 2 parcels. So perhaps that's something that the Commission could consider. Also, I would just like to talk about the size standard for tasting rooms. I think I've related before my experience with a barrel and a plank. And it was in a winery with the winemaker. There was nobody else there, and it wasn't a barrel and a plank. It was a barrel with a couple of glasses and a bottle. And that was the most memorable. I was, had the winemaker to myself, and I thought that was really great. So I don't think we need to have it bigger. I think 200 square feet is ample for what they're trying to accomplish. And if what Mr. Hilliard says, it's more of a one-on-one type thing anyway, where if you're making an appointment with the winemaker, you're hoping just to be one-on-one, and I think 200 square feet is plenty. So I would ask that the Commission look at some of these other development standards that have been proposed. I think they're not onerous. It's may be required depending upon circumstances, and I think that those might be helpful. Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Cooney.
Commissioner Cooney.
Yes, thank you. First of all, I want to say I think staff has prepared a really well thought through pathway for these smaller wineries to open up and do some direct selling to the most interested of their customers, the people who may not have heard of the wine but want to take a taste and experience the same kind of enjoyable visit to the wine country that they can on the larger parcels. So I'm really happy. I don't want to quarrel over all of the conditions, but the most important to me is the first one. It's a conditional use permit, and that's going to give a future planning commission, when it receives an application for one of these Tier A tasting rooms, to be concerned with things like where it is, what the traffic patterns are, to bring the input from all the neighbors that want to share it, an opportunity to say this would be a really bad location. And some are going to get turned down, but I don't think there are that many that are going to go through the process. I think you really, as I said earlier, you have to want it a lot to go through a conditional use permit process. And just in that light, with respect to Commissioner Blau's suggestion to try and address the concerns of neighbors of a cutoff date. My experience has been that if you do that, you get everybody to apply. And so all of a sudden we'd wake up with 6 applications at once on our agenda, and everybody would be upset. So while I think the idea is a good one, it wouldn't work in this context. We really need to rely on the conditional part of the conditional use permit.
Commissioner Blau.
Great, and then I'm going to respond first to Commissioner Brown's concern about at 200 square feet with 20 people, that's 10 square feet per person. Take a yardstick and make a square, and every yardstick square is a person. It doesn't fit. And if we make it 300 feet, it's 15 square feet per person. I mean, I don't think it's that big a deal. So I'm gonna lobby my other commissioners for allowing it 300 feet. Again, we have discretionary approval when the CUP comes in. If given the location, the parking, the whatever, you know, we're not going to allow 20 people at a time in there. It just makes sense. The other thing that always bothers me about this county is that we don't treat conditional use permits and other discretionary permits like we do general plan amendments and zone changes. When an applicant has the ability to come in on a preliminary basis and say, without spending $50,000, I mean, for a few $100s or maybe even a few thousand, you can come in with your preliminary plan for your Tier A winery and tasting room, and now we have the location, we have the site, and if for some reason we're pretty damn certain it's going to get turned down, we have the ability to make comments on that, and then they can take they've got an informed risk of putting up all the money it requires to go through a conditional use or to get a conditional use permit. And I will tell you that in most of the jurisdictions that I work in, particularly in the city of Santa Maria, I can do that. I mean, for $85, I can go to the Planning Commission study session, lay out my idea, and staff and the commission comments on it. They can't make a decision, but they can tell me, like, Dan, you have no chance in hell of getting that approved. Don't bother spending your money. Or they'll say, we think it was pretty interesting. We're going to look forward to seeing it conditioned and all the rest of that stuff. And it sure is a lot more friendly, and I think a lot better for the public that they can do that. And I don't want staff, you know, I don't need a 1,000-page report. Just show me a map where it is. give notice to the 300 people within 300 to 500 feet. So if there is a real problem with the neighbors, we'll maybe know about it. And like I say, if it's an area or a project that we're pretty sure we're going to turn down, we can at least give an indication.
So, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Blau, it's been a while since we've done this, but we do have the conceptual review process at the Planning Commission, and either a planning commissioner or the applicant can request that something come to the Planning Commission for conceptual review. We don't allow the commission to reach a consensus, but we allow individual comments because we don't want you to prejudge your consensus on the commission before you have a lot of information. But we do have that process. We just don't see it used very often.
And I would make a bet that not 1 in 100 people know that's available.
Oh, most of our permit agents do.
Well,
they do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Commissioner Brooks.
Yeah, as we're talking about this, I know we've discussed it in some of our previous hearings. You know, there are other options, you know, for those who are starting out. I look at the Lompoc wine ghetto. I mean, that has been a boon to the city of Lompoc. It is commercial. I've been to several, I buy wine there, you know, it's almost a cooperative type of situation. Some of our speakers, you know, have their tasting rooms, you know, in that type of facility. I think of Terravant, you know, which has many different wineries there. You can sample their products. You know, as I said, when this was first proposed at the end of our last meeting, I was kind of taken aback at it. So thinking in terms of CEQA, and it looks like staff, has convinced me, that's the way to go. Definitely not in the inner rural areas. We have class 1 impacts. We have traffic, and we have air quality. I mean, we're going to be making a statement of overriding considerations, for those two, because they still exist. This idea of putting, putting them out in the rural area, again, maybe with the CUP, we would hope that, we'd have, very close analysis of it. I might be, willing at the beginning. I'm thinking I wouldn't even want to see them, out in the rural area. We talk about traffic, now we're again pulling it out, from, kind of the core areas, the neighborhoods. And again, in some of those rural areas in San Ynez Valley are, quasi-neighborhoods. So, but looking at this map, it looks like it, wouldn't be too bad. And in saying that, I want to go back to, again, what Commissioner Brown mentioned as far as, Ballard Canyon Road. I think, the idea that was proposed and that she's asking us to look at, I think we should do that. Look at some of the mitigation measures that could be added, not to go and wait, or again, maybe at some future date, work program. But I think we could solve a little bit of the problem, with the mitigation measures that have been proposed. And that's by the people who live, on Ballard Canyon. So those are my observations on that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, so with respect to Ms. Citron's letter, it's similar proposal that was in, I believe, their August letter that staff and Public Works had responded to. That I think the conclusion was that from Public Works and staff's perspective, there wasn't a basis to have the limitations of those proposed mitigation measures as development standards that would apply uniquely to Ballard Canyon. Part of those, as you may recall, included roadways with collision rates higher than the statewide average, identifying specific either S2 or S3 roadways. And so I just remind you that we did have that at least response from Public Works and staff, and our recommendation that it wasn't warranted for the developing specific standards for Ballard Canyon Road. But we do have Public Works representatives here if you have some specific questions regarding the roadways and transportation.
Commissioner Brown.
Thank you. Well, just sort of to follow up from what Mr. Lackey said and the other discussion about the CUP, I think CUPs are well and good, but it's been my experience in that without some sort of standards or information sort of about what's occurred during this process or what's been considered, that the flavor is often lost. When you do a CUP, it started from ground zero without sort of the background, the history of why there was a CUP, what was to be considered, why it was to be considered, what was important to be considered in that. And while it seems to me that CUP is important, I just do think that having some other standard that says, hey, you might just have to, other than by appointment only, there may be some other slight restrictions that you may have to go through or your project may have to have in order for it to be approved. And I would just like to see those, because I think that's part of the sort of the notification process that Commissioner Blau seems to think is absent in our process, that would allow potential applicants to know, oh, well, maybe I need to recommend such and such and so and so. So that's one of my reasons for requesting the addition of a standard like that. It's not shall or should, but maybe. Anyway.
Commissioner Cooney.
Well, as usual, my fellow commissioners are all raising good points, and I think we could look at advisory language in describing the pathway generally. But I just wanted to raise a question that of the suggestions for limiting traffic, we are retaining the, or at least it's proposed by staff that we retain the by appointment only condition, and I think that applies everywhere in the project area, not just on Ballard Canyon. But I think it, from the testimony we heard today, as well as others, it's an important ingredient. And while I agree that with Commissioner Blau that it's more confining, I think we need to take that step to be sure that the ordinance is going to be upheld, because you know it's definitely challengeable if we don't have a basis for pulling out Ballard Canyon or Happy Canyon in terms of specific restrictions for those roads. But I am comfortable, not comfortable, that's the wrong word, I am supportive of staff's conclusion that by appointment only is going to be a real limitation on the use of the tasting room to those consumers that a small winery would want to invite.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, my only thought was I'd like to see two changes in what staff's recommending. The first one I talked about is the 300 square feet. The second one is by appointment only or other such restrictions on hours of operation that may be appropriate. For example, you might have a winery that says, you know what, I only want to be open on Saturday from noon to 4. And I would think that would be maybe even less traffic than by appointment only. I don't know. I don't know that it could be any worse than that. But I could see where they would rather be open to the public for a limited period of time, and I think it serves the same purpose. It gives us a choice to, we could say, no, it's by appointment only for this particular location, but I just hate when we establish rules that make it, that limit our discretion if it's appropriate. So I would ask Chair if they would maybe poll the members of the commission to see if that has any merit.
I think I heard the poll, but we'll do it. But Commissioner Brown? No.
I don't support that.
And Commissioner Cooney?
I applaud the concept, but I think we need to be careful legally, so I can't support that kind of flexibility. I do think that in the course of reviewing the conditional use permit, the methods of arranging the appointments could be dealt with. For example, I'm thinking the members of a wine club of a particular wine that have been introduced to it could have an easy way online of saying, I'm going to be in the valley next week. Could I come by on Wednesday? And it's just not that difficult for someone that wants to do it, and we're saying the winery has the county's permission to do it. So I just feel better about that. If they want to arrange all their appointments on Saturday afternoon between noon and 4, that's up to them. They could say, gosh, you can't come Wednesday, I'm out in the fields, but come by on Saturday. We have others that are coming by at the same time. So I think it's more flexible than the nothing we have now, and I support taking this intrusion into the peace and quiet of the neighbors on a very limited basis for those wineries who are trying to get known and succeed, frankly, in business.
And the footage?
I would more to poll for you. So,
yeah,
Commissioner Brooks.
Okay, I don't think I would support it, and again, I'm thinking about impacts on the neighbors, and there's impacts on weekends too, when most of them are home, and we have heard testimony about trying to enjoy, some peace and quiet. outside the work week, and I would not support the motion because of neighborhood impacts, I guess.
And I don't think that's a big loss. We heard a lot from the winemakers where I think, yeah, I think they're pretty happy with the appointments. So 300 feet, Commissioner Cooney?
I'm okay with 300 feet, not more.
Okay, I'm all right. Commissioner Brown?
No, you know, I'm not really, because I think the intent and purpose here was to have something just like what we did in Gaviota, where it's sort of less intensive, very informal, and the winery ordinance talks about within a structure. And I think you get more of the wine experience in a structure rather than in the tasting room, quite frankly, in a winery where you have the plank and, you know, whatever, 2 barrels. So I just think as we go down the road here and we open up the door to a little bit more, it's opening up to other problems. And I don't think that we've really given the parity to the neighborhoods that we really should, because as we see from this map, you know, there are a few of these smaller parcels, and I just think a smaller area for tasting is better than bigger.
Commissioner Brooks?
I'd like to state it with the 200.
Okay. So we have enough for 300. And appointment only.
Good to go.
Okay.
I think that's all we needed to resolve, unless there's something else that the commission would like to address.
Not seeing anybody else coming forward, I'll move for staff's recommendations with the modification of the 300 feet.
Oh, I'll second with a question. Is that, we're just voting on the Tier A portion of the proposed ordinance, or are we voting on the whole thing?
I was assuming I'm voting the whole thing, but if you have other questions or concerns, I'll let my motion rest for a while. I thought we were done.
For the whole thing, you're saying?
For the whole thing, yeah. I thought we didn't have any other issues that were contentious or needed changing or wanted to modify.
Well, I just, in the interests of process, I'd like, if it's for the whole thing, for Commissioner Brooks to have the opportunity to make the motion in her area.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's fine. I assumed that. Fine, that's fine.
Okay, I'm not ready, because I'm just looking, we haven't even gone through staff's, we haven't discussed the planted vineyard acreage. Are we all okay with that? Because it's down to 20%. Everybody? What was the other one? I imagine then we're not, at this point,
Do you want to comment on the 20%?
Mr. Chair.
No, I'm just wondering if everything that was discussed when we started out, should we just go ahead with that?
Maybe I can at least clarify that point. So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, so staff's recommendation, there was questions about the 20% of the grapes needed to be planted on the same wine lot as the winery. As Ms. Metzger had pointed out, the previous meeting, I think in section B5, we added some ordinance language that would address situations where the winery premises would be revised post-adoption. For example, if a parcel that was involved in the approval was sold off. So there's a pathway to address that. They either have to come in and seek to get approval with any changed circumstances, or they may be in violation. staff believes, and our recommendation is, that language would address one of the main concerns with the 20% originally, was that if the property was sold off and you had a winery on a parcel without grapes, it'd effectively be an industrial type of processing, which our policies don't support. So staff is comfortable with dropping the 20% as long as the section B5 is incorporated in the ordinance.
Commissioner Blau.
Yeah, and I think we heard testimony that 50% of the grapes that are grown here are shipped out of here anyway. I mean, we were trying to make sure we don't process grapes from outside the area. Well, that's not going to happen. I mean, if 50% of the grapes that we grow here go to outside the county or outside the two counties, why would anybody pay to have wine shipped in great distances? You know, so I think that's great. And as long as 50% of the grapes that are grown are leaving the county, there's no reason to have a real high requirement on the parcel that we're talking about. Did I get that right? I mean, is that some of the concern?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Blau, the concern, and I think the chair had it probably expressed it at one of the meetings, was that if there happened to be a situation on your premises where you were going to put your winery on the area that was maybe least favorable for growing, and you really couldn't meet that 20%, you know, it could hamstring some situations. And so staff, with the acknowledgement of the additional ordinance language in B5 that addressed the revisions, we're recommending that at least that there's to address staff's concern that dropping the 20% requirement of the grapes be on the same lot is okay.
And just as a follow-on, we're also talking about contiguous lots too, because we've had situations before where more with vegetable growers where he owns 500 acres in a 40-acre parcel, and they put the entire processing plant on the 40 acres to service the 400 acres that's next to us. They did that for financing reasons and other things. And I could see the same thing happening on a vineyard where they're going to put the wine on one lot and the processing center on other, because that's the way you get easier to finance them. So it's contiguous lots, correct?
Yes. So Mr. Chair, not to completely tire you out on this issue, but yes, it's contiguous lots, and the whole point of the additional language is to ensure that those remain a part of the premises, and if they don't, then the commission can address it. So rather than have an artificial 20% on a single lot.
Commissioner Brooks.
Okay. Before we go to a motion, Ballard Canyon, so the idea of doing by appointment only, and I think there was a second recommendation. We don't have the support for that. By appointment, yes, it is. Very good. Okay.
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Brooks, just to clarify that the appointment by tasting by appointment only applies only to the Tier A with a winery, which is in the rural area on Ag 2, and there is some of those parcels on Ballard, but that would apply only to that category within the whole rural area.
Okay, so then that really doesn't solve the problem right now for Ballard Canyon. There's nothing in here that's going to the existing neighbors and...
That would apply to situations if somebody on Ballard Canyon applied for a Tier A with a tasting room, that it would be by appointment only, because most of Ballard Canyon is within the rural area.
It is, okay.
It wouldn't apply for a Tier B or Tier C size winery.
Okay.
Commissioner Blau.
This last question. This wine ordinance applies to the entire county, not just the 3rd District, am I correct? So I'm wondering if Commissioner Cooney's, I mean, I'm happy to let Commissioner Brooks make the motion, but I didn't think this was a 3rd District item. I think this was a county-wide item, so.
You're correct.
But I'd love to make the motion. Okay. And before I do, I'll just make a few comments, if I may. I'm very glad because of the impacts, the great amount of impacts that would be upon the community of the Santa Ynez Valley. I'm pleased with the direction, you know, that this has gone in. One of the purposes of the ordinance from the get-go was to have a continued orderly development of wineries, looking at compatibility, and I think we've really done that during this process so far. We're looking at protecting health, safety, resources. I think of those three, you know, the safety and the road safety is paramount. We, I think, have gone to the back to the focus on the primary use of the ordinance and of the winery ordinance is the growing and processing of grapes. Tasting rooms is a secondary use. I think, you know, we've solidified that. I'm very pleased to see that, you know, we're leaving the inner rural area. Again, years of discussion in the Santa Ynez Valley brought about the Santa Ynez Community Plan. And, you know, we can see the impacts of traffic just on, you know, even other developments, you know, outside the winery developments and, you know, what is going on there. And I know that it's paramount. That was part of their projections in the Santa Ynez Community Plan to, you know, have they're still working on traffic and circulation. So I think, you know, a few of the components of our winery ordinance update, you know, might alleviate, I don't know if it's going to alleviate it, but at least maybe, you know, calm it down somewhat. I have to say, I read in my notes here, there was an editorial in my local newspaper several months ago in favor of you know, being very careful of what we do with the winery ordinance. And they use one of the line out of the thing is, you know, they shouldn't be changing it, you know, because of the economic factors, but there are barriers, says the editorial, and the barriers were the residents who are impacted. And that is a direct quote, you know, from the editorial. And, you know, I think as we sit up here, we have to look at all the impacts to everybody in that community. And as our morning work wasn't perfect, this is not perfect, I'm ready to, you know, recommend that we pass it on to the Board of Supervisors. There are policies in the ordinance, again, I think that show respect for the Santa Ynez Community Plan, and I'm glad to see that. Also, the idea of having the activities inherent, but subordinate, inherent to the agricultural work on the ag parcels. I think that's very important. I wish I could do more for some of those dangerous roads. Many people today, both from the industry, the neighborhood, said, well, you know, we need more dialogue. You know, as this goes on, hopefully it will be accepted at some point, but I do hope that everybody, you know, can sit down and continue to promote a good, vibrant, economically vibrant industry. I had a conversation with Morgan McLaughlin a few weeks ago, and, you know, we were just talking about different mapping that could be done, you know, more proactive work. I think with the Vintners Association, I think they are a great organization, you know, that it centralizes all the energy of you know, not everyone's a member, but, you know, you have a good source, and I think that continued work there, you know, would be good. Quality of life impacts will be addressed somewhat, you know, with the ordinance, and I would say with that, I'm ready to move staff's recommendation. Do we have it? Here we go. I'm pleased to recommend that we make the findings for approval. We recommend that the Board of Supervisors certify the winery ordinance update, final EIR. We adopt the resolution recommending that the Board of Supervisors adopt this case 14 or string 6. And with any, that would be my motion, and then any of the changes that were adopted today.
Commissioner Brown.
Hang on. Did somebody want to answer?
Mr. Chair, if I can just clarify, I think it's all of the changes presented in the September 9th memo that we provided to you today,
Okay.
with one additional, and that is to change the size, maximum size of the Tier A2 tasting rooms to 300 feet instead of 200 feet.
Square feet.
All right, to include
Square
those.
feet, yes.
Thank
To
you.
do the 300 square feet. And I think everything else is as recommended by staff.
So I'll second that motion.
Mr. Chair, if I may, I won't be supporting the motion. I'm very much of a neighborhood person and in my own community, and I understand the issues of the Ballard Canyon neighbors. It's not as though staff hasn't made a good effort, a try, and I support what they've done for a CUP for Tier A in the rural area, but I think there were other standards that could have been put in place that would have helped with some of these compatibility issues. You know, it's been a very long time, I'm sure, for those of you who've all been involved with this process, and it's been a long time for us too. So as you go forward, I'm just hoping that the wine industry understands that it's not all about business. There are other people who are impacted by the events at wineries, at tasting rooms. I don't support, as I said, a 300 square foot. I think this is a slippery slope. So as we go forward, I'm just hopeful that what is being proposed will be responsive to some of the neighbors' concerns and the impacts that they are feeling. So while I'm appreciative of the efforts, I just think we could have done more. So I won't be supporting. I will be voting no.
Okay, we have a first and second. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Brown. Commissioner Blau.
Aye.
Commissioner Cooney.
Aye.
Commissioner Brooks.
Aye.
Chair Farini.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-1.
Okay. And I think we're ready to adjourn.
Yes, Mr. Chair, and our next meeting is October 12th. So
October 12th.
enjoy the next few weeks off. You deserve it. It's in Santa Maria.
Santa Maria. Okay, thank you. Meeting adjourned.